Yes.
The Leaf Green Army sends its regards.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1535 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news yet again. We have seen that U.S. warships today engaged Iranian forces near Hormuz yet again, and apparently there were ongoing clashes all day long near the Iranian coast. We've also seen massive attacks on Russian targets near Moscow, and also a possible Russian drone incursion for the second time in NATO territory, possibly in Latvian airspace. And also, the Russians are so scared about the Victory Day parade, they had to go get drunk today. But it's good to see you all once again. You're muted. I think you're muted. I think you're muted. They can't hear you.
Well, what do you know?
Wow.
Wow.
Guess who
Wow.
else is, the Russians had to go get drunk and salsa. We might need something here in a minute too, but I think they can hear you now.
I gotta tell y'all, folks, I swear, man, I clicked the unmute button, I clicked yours, and I clicked mine, and for some reason mine was still muted. And that rarely ever happens these days, folks. Those kinds of technical glitches usually rarely ever happen on air. But outside of that, folks, we've had a lot of news to cover over the course of this day. We have been able to hear that several Iranian tankers have been fired upon by the United States Navy near to the blockade line at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman as FA-18 Super Hornets used their 20mm Vulcan M61 cannons to be able to fire into the machinery spaces and the engine rooms and render the vessels inoperable. Throughout the course of the day, we have also heard of sporadic naval engagements and firefights that have been conducted around the area of the Strait of Hormuz between the IRGC and the United States Navy, which does appear to be showing us that right now the ceasefire is most likely teetering on the verge of collapse. The Iranians, to get back at us today, also seized a Chinese-flagged tanker that was carrying Iranian oil because, according to the Iranians, they were violating the blockade. So that was something else. We also were able to hear that there were confirmed hits around the area of the Dubai International Airport and also significant aerial activity of the United States of America over the course of this day, including an E-3 Sentry near to the Qatar and also several special aircraft which were also flying throughout the airspace over the course of this day. Israel is continuing its combat activities against Hezbollah inside of Lebanon, and we've also been able to hear of the arrival of the MV Ocean Trader around the area of Diego Garcia. The Iranian government has also continued to reiterate throughout the day that they are trying to ramp up Chinese trade to circumvent the U.S. blockade. We'll have to get into that one later. It has a lot to do with railroads, and I've got to tell y'all, folks, I'm about to have to rip that one apart on air. We've also been able to see that unidentified, unmarked aircraft were flying over the Zanjan province of Iran today, appearing to show that there is some sort of a diplomatic flight being conducted over Iranian airspace by the Iranian government at this point in time right now. We have also been able to hear additionally that the People's Republic of China is now believing that the United States may not be able to defend or may not defend Taiwan once the People's Republic of China starts a war to attempt an invasion and capture of the island within the immediate future. We've also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces today have started a pretty significant drone air campaign, but in other major news, we've also heard of an ongoing incursion once more into NATO airspace by unidentified drones over Latvia. But outside of that, we have seen that the Ukrainian armed forces have been landing some significant hits within Chechnya and Dagestan today, meaning that you will no longer be able to send to Dagestan for 3 years and forget. It's more like going to Dagestan and remembering today. The Ukrainians have obliterated a pretty significant port near to the major city of Makachaka, and it does appear that the port of Kaspisk has been seen taking some pretty significant damage over the course of the day. We've also been able to see that additionally within Moscow, the Ukrainians have pulled what we can only call the ultimate troll. Many people have stated that there are a lot of people out there trolling folks and owning the Ruskies and owning the Chinese and whatnot, but the Ukrainians pulled a masterclass on trolling the Russians over the course of the past week, after the Ukrainians have stated 4 days now that they will blow up the May 9th Victory Day parade. The Russian Federation diverted every single bit of their air defenses left inside of Russia itself towards the area of the city of Moscow, and have largely stated that if the Ukrainians try to blow up the Victory Day parade, they will start blowing up Capitol buildings within Kyiv. Now, as of today, Zelensky came out at the 13th hour and has announced that they will not be blowing up the May 9th Victory Day parade. They're going to be blowing up everything else in Russia, meaning that there are going to be drone attacks on the 9th of May, and just like we predicted, the Ukrainians are going to blow up everything in Russia but the May 9th Victory Day parade. So the Russians can have their parade, but they're not going to have anything else once it's over. We've also seen that the resulting fear about possible attacks on the May 9th parade has led to some Russian officials hitting the sauce. And when I mean hitting the sauce, I mean hitting that, that wine and thrive sort of clocking in and clocking out. Instead of that 9 to 5, they're hitting that wine and thrive. We've also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces have inflicted significant casualties on the Russian Federation armed forces over the course of the day and have been able to keep them at bay and also attempt to push them back over the course of the past 24 hours. We have a significant amount of news to cover. And we, of course, folks, are going to be making sure to get through all of this news, starting with our largest stories of the day and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Hopefully with my microphone unmuted the whole time, because that was one hell of a comeuppance right there at the very beginning of the stream. But moving us...
So wait a second. So I just got to get this straight. So after I did my little intro piece, I usually do every single intro on the stream. Everybody just heard pure silence apparently after I stopped talking.
Dude, it's even better. When it flipped onto the map, they just heard silence for like 7 seconds when I was going, "Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer," and then it just went to you. It was just dead silence, and then you talked, and then it just went perfectly silent again. I'm guessing, let us know.
That's crazy. So that must have been awkward. I could still hear Andrew talking on my end. It just wasn't coming through on the stream's end. So I heard him saying something. So on everybody else's end, it was just me talking. Then it went into an awkward silence after that. So what an interesting start.
It's one hell of a start. That's for sure, and sorry about that, folks. But we always keep our microphones muted throughout the intro while it's counting down, so that way we can talk to each other and get some final prep done for the show. But then once the show goes live, I have to unmute the microphones about 10 seconds before we go live. And while I clicked on both of them, apparently I must have missed the unmute button on mine, and it just remained muted, and I didn't notice that. And then we went live, and the microphone was still muted. But moving us on from that, it is time for us to get on into the major news outside of me having a muted mic. mic at the very beginning of the show. So moving us on and into the area of the Strait of Hormuz, we have been able to hear of even further significant developments over the course of this day, over the past 24 hours, ever since the major naval battle that the United States had last night with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps within the Strait of Hormuz. Over the course of this day, we have heard that 2 Iranian oil tankers have attempted to challenge the blockade line that the United States has formed at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. This blockade line has largely remained unchallenged by most parties, as the United States of America has conducted armed action against multiple Iranian flagged and operated vessels to be able to stop them if they attempt to actually break it, meaning that this blockade at the moment has largely been entirely enforced over the course of its whole length, which has been about a month at this point. We did get to see that as of today, several vessels did attempt to break the blockade line, and we were able to see that this did not end well for the 2 vessels that tried. From what we were able to hear, Fox News reported, which we were able to corroborate, that the U.S. conducted airstrikes, or more so strafing runs, against several empty tankers attempting to bypass the blockade and return to Iran. From what we generally understand, the MT Ceasefire and also, to get the other one here, the MT Sevda, were the 2 oil tankers today that were attempting, in unladen terms, to be able to make it back to an Iranian port, highly likely the port of Karg on Karg Island, to be able to load up with oil and then attempt to break the blockade again. These vessels were requested multiple times by the United States Navy to stop and prepare to be boarded, or to stop and turn around, so that way they could not continue on with their activities of attempting to break the United States blockade at this area. Neither of these vessels responded to the calls by the United States Navy to turn around or stop to be boarded, and so the United States sent out F-18 Super Hornets to be able to enforce the blockade with aircraft. Many of y'all have always wondered, much like myself, whenever in the United States it says speed limit is enforced by aircraft, many of us have always wondered what that exactly means. Apparently, this blockade is now being enforced by aircraft, and we can see what a blockade being enforced by an aircraft generally looks like in this clip right here, with the MT Seastar being our first offender of the day. Those little puffs of smoke that y'all can see on this vessel are actually the F-18's main gun and its rounds impacting the stern area of the vessel and hitting the smokestack and also the deck, or the deck plating, right above the engine room and the machinery spaces. From what we understand, over the course of both attacks, the Super Hornets actually targeted their fire directly around the area of the stern of the vessel, attempting to either hit the rudder room, the engine room, or other machinery spaces critical for the continuation of the ship's motion and movement to be able to try and break the blockade. From what we understand, on both of these vessels, we haven't gotten the exact damage reports, but CENTCOM largely summarized it as the rudder or engine room had been knocked out on both. We don't know which one had its rudder knocked out and which one had its engine knocked out, but generally propulsion and navigation were knocked out on both ships with these strafing runs. And this was, of course, the first, not the most fantastic, at least on film. We can see some smoke now billowing from the aftermath of the damage that was caused, but the second clip here from the motor tanker Sevda is probably the most impressive of the two, as the rounds impacting the deck apparently pierced the deck plating and actually hit some sort of a flammable item below deck, which then combusted rapidly and turned into a fairly large fire at the stern area of the vessel, right behind the superstructure, which we can actually see right here. And there are the direct impacts and the venting of gas, and quite a significant smoke plume as well after the 20mm rounds were able to hit the deck.
I wonder if they gave them a warning this time, because the last time the U.S. interdicted a vessel like this and hit the engine room, they gave a pretty long warning. I think it was like a solid 30 minutes to an hour before they actually carried out strikes on the engine room. I wonder if they gave it on this one.
Apparently, from what we know, they did. We believe that they were attempting to break the blockade for a significant amount of time, possibly even a couple of hours, because we did get to hear that one of the first ships that was ever fired upon was just the one where the Arleigh Burke destroyer used its main gun, the 127mm, to fire into the engine room. They'd actually been following that ship for around 7 hours and issuing endless numbers of calls for the ship to turn around or to stop to prepare to be boarded, and it didn't listen to any of those calls, and so then they fired upon the ship to render it inoperable and then to seize it forcefully by the United States Navy and the United States Marines. So we're believing that a fairly similar sort of incident happened here, where they most likely have been given warnings over a pretty significant duration of time, and then the U.S. Navy used the Super Hornets to be able to fire onto the ships and then render them either immovable or inoperable due to rudder or engine room damage. But this was largely our first actions of the day that we also have video confirmation of between anything affiliated with Iran and the the United States Armed Forces. Later on in the day, reports started to come out sporadically from the IRGC that there were other clashes going on between U.S. ships and the IRGC within the Strait of Hormuz, and we haven't really been able to get an idea of how large these firefights are, where the ships are, and where the Iranians are that are firing at the vessels. But it does appear that over the course of the day, the Iranians have been pretty adamant that there has been some small skirmishes ongoing between the U.S. Navy and the IRGC within the Strait of Hormuz. To also recap the developments that we have from yesterday, we do understand that there has been a fire that's been detected on a firm satellite just north of the coastline of Oman. Interestingly enough, this is also the exact location that we were able to find out today that all 3 U.S. Arleigh Burke-class destroyers were steaming their way through the Strait of Hormuz and out. I also want to point out to many people here, because this finally answers the question of how the Arleigh Burkes keep making it into the Persian Gulf and out. These ships are using this small little area right here south of where we believe the minefield is to be able to slip through, meaning that they're not going through the minefield, and they're also not skirting directly along the Iranian coast to keep making it in and out of the strait. They're apparently going through the incredibly shallow waters just south of the minefield, most likely due to the fact that they have the draught that is shallow enough to be able to make it through, unlike the larger tankers, which usually have a draught, I believe, of somewhere around 20 feet when fully laden, which may get them generally beached on some sort of a rocky shoal or a reef somewhere within this area. So that generally is giving us now a pretty decent understanding of how these destroyers have been making it in and out. And while the route is fairly arduous and pretty dangerous due to the fact that there's a load of rocky shoals and reefs right under the water that could catch a ship and have a ship run aground and basically break itself upon the rocks if it was caught on one, these destroyers do seem to be taking this fairly arduous path and are most likely not getting a lot of room for maneuverability as a result, considering that these vessels are basically having to play exercise routine of dodging the shoals and reefs. This means that their path is largely set in stone, no pun intended, because they're having to avoid all of the rocks underwater that they could run aground on. This fire, however, is coming from that exact path that they travel through, and we're starting to wonder what this fire is from. We're thinking that it may be from some IRGC boats that were destroyed last night. We do know, due to the fact that apparently the 50 caliber guns on board the Burkes were firing at the IRGC fast attack boats, those IRGC fast attack boats had to have come within about a mile or so of the ship for the 50 calibers to be assumed to be within effective firing range of those incoming IRGC fast attack boats, meaning that if you looked at that on a map, they would be incredibly close to an Arleigh Burke, and that means that if they did get hit and caught on fire due to any form of defensive fire from the ships or aircraft that were supporting them, their fires and reported locations would be very close to that navigational path or navigational course that the Arleigh Burkes were on to make it out. There's also a slight possibility that this may have actually been an Arleigh Burke that was on fire after it had received damage from an Iranian fast attack boat or some other Iranian attack that we have not been told about in the public yet. I would like to say that that's highly unlikely, but given the fact that the United States government and the Department of Defense have covered up and significantly concealed other damage and attacks that the Iranians did conduct successfully against other U.S. forces and bases within the area during the armed phase of the conflict, and we're only finding out about around 80% of the damage that was concealed at this moment right now, there is a possibility that that may have been an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer that had been hit and there was a visible fire on the deck, which the firm satellite then picked up and then reported. We're not really sure which at the moment, and we're still trying to find information. It's more likely IRGC fast attack boats. We can confirm that several of them were destroyed within the firefight from last night and the battle that followed, but there is also a possibility it might have been an Arleigh Burke. But we're still going to try and get more information on that and give you all a clearer story of what is generally going on at the moment with that fire and who is the source of it, the Iranians or the United States Navy. Outside of that, though, a lot of people currently are talking about the naval forces of the United States Navy engaging the Iranians near Iran's Hormuz coastline today. And a lot of people are generally wondering, since we have such sporadic reports on this from the Iranians and generally no statements from CENTCOM today, what is really going on with this? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, of course, we did hear today from Iranian sources that the U.S. naval forces apparently engaged the Iranian forces on Iran's Hormuz coast again today. So, what is going on? Because right now the details are kind of sparse, and we don't have any real video evidence or picture evidence to really prove this or disprove it. So, what do you think is actually happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz? 50% said the U.S. is preemptively attacking Iran. They're probably launching attacks on their own accord to soften up the coastline, while 33% said the U.S. is simply defending against attacks by the Iranians, and 7% said Iran is probably lying, and it seems a little bit strange. The story doesn't really add up. And I would say I'm with the 33%. I think the U.S. is probably just defending against attacks because all day long today, Iran's been making all kinds of wild statements out here in the public. They've been saying they're going to teach the Yankees a lesson. They've been making all kinds of wild statements all day long today, all while the U.S. is saying that they're allegedly negotiating with U.S. officials. So I think they're simply defending. It looks like the Iranians aren't done taking pot shots at the destroyers, and they're probably just continuing that, and the U.S. is simply responding to it by lobbing a whole bunch of artillery basically up the coast. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would believe that at this point there is a fairly small battle going on within the Strait of Hormuz, most likely preemptively by the United States, and the United States is most likely using the situation from yesterday as a justification, if it ever comes up, to be able to continue fire against Iranian forces around the coastline. It is an imperative, and there really is no room for discussion on this one anymore, folks. Like, sometimes there'd be room for debate on this one. This is just a fact. The U.S. has to open the Strait of Hormuz at some point, and the only way to do that is to attack the Iranians, wipe out their forces mostly around the Strait of Hormuz, and then try and conduct convoy escorts through the area afterwards. That is really the only path of action that we have forward that would lead to any sort of success in the future. Otherwise, we're going to be dealing with incredibly bad outcomes in any other attempt at another solution that is not that one. So the United States is most likely understanding that at the moment, I would hope, and for that reason, they're now using the little battle that was had in the Strait yesterday to justify further attacks on Iranian forces over the course of the day. I do have to point out, though, that it's highly unlikely that these Berks that were firing at the Iranians were within the Strait of Hormuz, because satellite photography came out today of the Strait, which was showing a pretty wild picture. Look at that. Behold. Doesn't look like a lot, really, but I'll show you.
It actually does look like a lot. Those are their fast attack boats, aren't they? Back out here again.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking about all the people who are watching the YouTube video on their phone or their TV and looking at this picture. They're probably just seeing like a big grayish looking thing. It kind of looks like suede leather on a couch or something. But what you may not be able to see, folks, on y'all's end of the screen are these little light blue or whitish dots that are all over the Strait of Hormuz, because this water is actually the water inside of the Strait of Hormuz, and all of these little vessels are, like Matthew said, Iranian fast attack boats. We can probably see it pretty easily on our side of the screen, but sadly, y'all might not be able to see it too well. Over the course of several pictures that were taken in the Strait of Hormuz, there were no less than 150 fast attack boats in the Strait at a single time today. Damn. In the middle of it.
That's a hell of a lot right there. You know, I've been getting emails and messages from people yesterday and today. There's apparently people out there reporting that, oh, we've demolished Iran's fast attack boat fleet. We've just demolished it. It's like, it's not been demolished. The U.S. took out about 6 or 7 of these yesterday, but these things are like fleas at this point. There is a lot of these boats left, a ton of them. And it's not like they're fancy boats. They're like literally skiffs for the most part. And they can carry mines, they can carry machine guns, and they can also carry, pretty much whatever they want to put on the boat, including a whole bunch of Iranians yelling snack bar if they want. So it's a whole deal. We have not demolished the entirety of this fleet. There's still a lot of work to do on these for sure.
Certainly a lot of work to do. And the fact that 150 fast attack boats are out here in another swarm is only giving us one indication. And Matthew, what is the historic precedent that we have at this point for swarms like these going into the middle of the Strait? We've seen this twice before, and the prior 2 times we analyzed what it was, and it was dead on the nail. What in the world would the third time be based off of the 2 prior historical examples we have?
Oh, I don't know. This is a tough one here. I might need to go back to school to figure this one out. But just based on the basic pattern recognition, they're probably, once again, going out to lay more mines in the international waters section of the Strait of Hormuz. And the reason why they send out so many vessels while they're laying these mines is not because every single one of these little skiffs is laying a mine. It's because they send out all of these, so that way the U.S. can't really target all of them at once. It's basically overwhelming the United States where there's too many targets to engage with. So that's what they're probably doing. They're laying more mines, probably for the fourth time or fifth time at this point. Who knows how many mines are out there?
And Matthew is dead on the money with that. From the past two times that we've seen this before, and we've finally gotten confirmation just, I believe, 2 or 3 days ago that our analysis on this was correct. Every time we see a swarm like this that goes into the middle of the strait, they are going out there to lay as many mines as they can. If we were to take the assumption here, and this is to be on the conservative side, that each boat is only carrying one mine. We don't know how many of them are actually carrying mines and how many of them are completely unladen and are just carrying combat loadouts to attack ships within the area. We're not really sure on that. But if we were to go with a very conservative estimate that each boat was only carrying one mine, they just laid 150 more sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz today. If they were somehow all carrying two each, which they could easily do, then they would be dropping about 300 mines in the Strait of Hormuz today, just within about a couple of hours. So how many mines were out there before, which at this point we have no clue, certainly over 100, probably somewhere around 200. That number may have just doubled today at a minimum for the larger part, now meaning that there's about 600 mines or 400 mines or so probably out there in the Strait of Hormuz at this moment.
Yeah, who knows how many it truly is? We'll never really know the exact number. Really, the only thing that really matters is there's at least 12 out there, and nobody knows the exact location of the 12 mines. And obviously, at this point, there's a way more than 12 out there, I'm sure. But even if there's 12 mines in the strait, and that's all there was, I mean, you can't just take a ship straight through there. You might hit one of the 12, but now it's probably hundreds at this point, I'd imagine. So my question is this: we keep saying this, but why is the U.S. not engaging with these boats? Like I see people pointing it out in the chat. They're saying, well, Matt, you're saying they tried to overwhelm the U.S. forces, but the U.S. forces didn't even hit one of these fast attack boats. And that's a good point. They haven't. They have not engaged these fast attack boats not once since they've been going out here to lay these mines out in the strait. So I have no idea why that is. I mean, the U.S. gave the order already to attack these boats, and they're still not doing it, even with the order being given. I have no idea why they're not.
We don't have an idea at all, to be entirely honest with y'all, folks, why we aren't blowing up the boats. Because the thing is, folks, is that allowing for the Iranians to control the strait uncontested like they are right now, that allows them to do whatever they want. And every day that they get that we're not attacking them, they use that to further fortify their positions. They use it to further fortify anti-ship forces on the coast and to build up the minefield at sea, making it that much more difficult with each passing day for us to eventually clear this place out and make it safe enough for a oil tanker to be able to pass back through. I don't know what we're doing, just sitting around on our hands, just watching this happen, because it's absolutely stupid. It's buying them time, which is good for them, and losing us time, which is bad for the United States. We should be doing something about this, and nevertheless, we're basically letting them run the strait like they own the thing. And also another thing, folks, is that an early berk is never going to enter an area like this with that many fast attack boats out at sea. It's never going to happen. The reason why, and someone's about to go, oh, but enforcer, because here comes someone who knows so much, folks. I can already see it in the comment section. Oh, but enforcer, you're so stupid and you're so wrong because the speedboats only have a Dishka and a couple of rockets on them, and an Arleigh Burke is like a big multi-billion-dollar destroyer, enforcer. So clearly, you can't be right. You're totally wrong. So let me tell y'all something a little interesting. You can win against an enemy by a death from 1,000 cuts, is what they call it. And these little fast attack boats would be able to deliver a death to a destroyer by 1,000 cuts. Because the thing about fast attack boats is, yeah, they're speed boats, and they only have one Dishka heavy machine gun on them, and maybe some unguided rockets on them. But if you have 100 of those barreling at one or two Arleigh Burkes, those Arleigh Burkes, because they have such little time to respond, mind you all, and they only have so many weapons on the ship, they can't respond and shoot all of them and blow them up before they get in range to start firing their little bottle rockets at the destroyer. And because modern day destroyers do not have any armor and their hull is literally paper thin, any rocket that hits is punching straight through into the interior of the ship. And if they get a couple of hits on the waterline in most watertight compartments, that ship is finished. Those sailors will have to abandon ship and they'll have to bail. So with the Iranians basically swarming in the strait like they are right now, there sure as hell is no safe condition for another U.S. warship to go through the strait again if they're swarming in these numbers like they are right now, and they can just do that whenever they wish, basically unchallenged.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I see some people saying, well, guys, isn't there a ceasefire in effect? The U.S. is trying to abide by the ceasefire. But, I mean, here's the catch, folks. The ceasefire is something the U.S. is basically forcing on Iran at this point because Iran's already broken the ceasefire. I think most people would recognize that the moment that Iran fired at the U.S. Navy vessels, the ceasefire was practically over with. But the U.S. is deciding to keep it in place anyway for whatever reason. We don't know. But, they could simply, strike the Iranian fast attack boats in the Strait of Hormuz, and they could simply call it a love tap, like they called, firing at the Iranian Navy vessels. They can say, oh, it's just a love tap, it's just whatever. I mean, if they want to keep that game going, they can keep it going and still hit the boats. So, I mean, there's no good explanation for why they've not hit the fast attack boats. There's just none.
Yeah, there is none. And also, I see a lot of. I'm gonna have to take a minute, folks, to have like a little bit of an infomercial about U.S. destroyers, because I just saw someone say, destroyers have 3% armor. What the hell? Yeah, they do, because the concept of having an armor belt on a warship disappeared by about the time of the 1950s, which was the beginning of the missile age for the larger part back then, in its very earliest inception. Every single type of cruiser and every single type of battleship, which generally were the only vessels in naval warfare that had any armor of any type, were obsolete at the end of the Second World War. That's why a lot of them ended up going to the welders, well, more so the scrapper's torch, and were broken apart after the end of the Second World War. That is when the era of the destroyer came into being. And with the era of the destroyer, considering the destroyers are basically not armored at all, and they're more so built for speed and generally air defense firepower, these modern day destroyers have no armor at all to speak of. This thing has the same hull plating on the side of it in thickness as your normal commercial tanker does out there in the world for the large part. As a matter of fact, a commercial tanker might even have thicker plates on the side of the hull because it's generally carrying heavier weight and may have to be required to carry a heavier load. These destroyers have no armor. Modern warships are not designed to take hits and keep ticking. Modern warships are designed to not get hit, and they're designed around their firepower that helps them to never get hit. If they get hit, they're done for. That's generally how modern warships work. If you don't believe me, go look at the Falklands War when the Argentinians would sometimes land some lucky hits with their Exocet anti-ship missiles on ships like the HMS Sheffield, and a single hit from an Exocet back then on the Sheffield knocked the vessel out. If you remember the USS Cole bombing, a single pontoon boat with a bomb on it went up to the hull of the USS Cole, blew up, and that ship was almost completely knocked out of action and had to be loaded onto a special float boat and brought all the way back to Pascagoula to be repaired because it was completely knocked out of action with one singular explosion happening near to the hull. There is no way in the modern age, with how a vessel is designed, of any modern navy, that they can survive a hit. They're not designed to take one. They're designed to stop themselves from getting hit. So, yes, to let people know, apparently OBS is now disconnected and is reconnecting. Tonight is the night of technical issues.
Man, I think there's like, we should be back now. It looks like we just came back. Sorry for the interruption, folks, but I think there's like cyber attacks going on because Discord was having a problem all day long today. I couldn't even log in earlier to Discord for like a solid couple hours. So it seems like something's going on with maybe servers or something. I'm not sure if it's the Iranian cyber attacking or what, but it's been going on nonstop all day.
Yeah, it's been going on nonstop. Sorry, folks, for the technical difficulties. Today is the day of tech issues, and I would have to agree with Matthew. I don't really think it's anything on our end, like our computers or anything like that. It looks to be mostly systems issues and broader infrastructure issues on the internet today, which might be suggesting there's possible ongoing cyber attacks right now that we don't know of yet. But generally, to wrap up the story on the Arleigh Burkes, no modern warship is designed to take a hit. That's why they won't be going back in the strait, generally. So I hope that was an interesting little bit of a lesson for folks who may not know about the type of armor that Arleigh Burkes have, or modern warships in general, but they're not designed to be hit. That's just the end of the story, generally. But moving us on out of that bit of news with the Arleigh Burkes and the swarms that we just saw within the Strait of Hormuz today, we have also been able to hear that over the course of this day, no ships have passed through the strait. And we've also been able to additionally hear on top of that, that over the past 3 days, over the past 72 hours, no commercial ships have crossed the Strait of Hormuz in 3 solid days. So over the past 3 days, we have seen that the number of vessels that have gone through the strait, which generally most of the time would have been at least 1 or 2, maybe even 3 on a really good day, has quite literally dropped down to 0, and no ships have made it through over the past 72 hours. So it is quite a situation to say the least. And the Strait of Hormuz is more blockaded now than it ever was. We've also been able to hear as well, before we get on into our poll, that the Iranians decided to get back at us today. I'm about to die laughing reading this one. Iran's Navy seized the Chinese-owned tanker Ocean Koi in the Sea of Oman, which is the Gulf of Oman, claiming the vessel was carrying Iranian oil and attempting to disrupt the country's exports.
Wait a minute, say that again? Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It was a Chinese ship carrying Iranian oil, and the Iranians seized it because they were trying to disrupt Iran's.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Are you saying that right?
Let me read it again. Iran's Navy seized the Chinese-owned tanker Ocean Koi in the Gulf of Oman, claiming the vessel was carrying Iranian oil and attempting to disrupt the country's exports.
Oh, you know what this sounds like? It sounds to me like the Iranians accidentally seized a Chinese vessel or attacked it, one or the other, and then they realized later, oh crap, that's actually a Chinese vessel. We shouldn't have done that. And now they're trying to come up with some excuse why they did that.
Oh my lord, that is so dumb. Man, they sat there and said, "Oh my god, dude, that would be like the cartel being like, oh my god, stop him! He's transporting a cocaine into America." It's like, dude, that's what you do. It's like, that's your stuff. Like, you're interdicting your own customers. What are you doing? Like, that makes no sense. Like, what they did today with this makes no sense at all. Really got us with that one, the Iranians did. Seizing an allied ship carrying their oil. That really did them some good, I suppose. I'm really sure it had to have, because that one was ridiculous. I mean, I've never heard anything like that in my life. But before we move on from the comedy show that's been pulled out today in the Strait of Hormuz to a degree, it does appear that a lot of people are talking right now about the IRGC sending warnings that they plan to strike more U.S. warships near the Hormuz. And it does appear that a lot of people are putting in their ideas of what the United States should do as a response. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about this as well?
Okay, so we're going to crowdsource the solution here. What should be done? Because the IRGC said today they sent warnings to the United States vessels, and they also sent warnings to commercial vessels in the area, and said stay at least I think it was 10 miles away from U.S. warships, because we're going to teach those damn Yankees a lesson. So the Iranians don't sound like they're being very friendly. It sounds to me like they're wanting to fight, even though the U.S. keeps saying we're in negotiations. It seems they're very feisty to want to talk at the negotiating table. So what should the U.S. do about that? 37% said the U.S. should strafe the coast with A-10 Warthogs and take out the missile launchers and other equipment. 27% said put bunker busters on the coastal bunkers for the military. And another 27% said simply engage the Iranian fast attack boats that keep going in the Strait of Hormuz like the U.S. already said they would. And I would say, out of all these options right here, the most effective one would be bunker busters on coastal bunkers. But the problem with that, though, is right now in the early stages of the war, the U.S. has already run through a lot of our high-end major bunker buster munitions, and we don't know if the stocks are good enough to keep using them in high quantities. We don't know if that's actually feasible or not. So without knowing the exact quantity, it's kind of hard to say that with certainty whether or not that'd be a good idea. But if we have enough, though, that would be my option right there. Secondarily, I would say simply engage the little mosquito boats that keep going out in the strait. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that our best answer to what the Iranians are threatening today would be to most likely do all three. Generally, I wouldn't use an A-10 Warthog to do it, however, and I generally wouldn't send in an aircraft to do a strafing run at all, because I think we all kind of know how that's gone in the past, and we've seen a lot of aircraft almost get shot down, and some get shot down doing that very thing of trying to conduct strafing runs. That's generally not a safe thing to do in the modern day, in a modern era war is to put an aircraft at a very low altitude at a very low speed to conduct strafing runs, because that puts them in range of the only air defense that we can never actually destroy, which are man-portable air defense systems, and we would be putting a lot of aircraft and a lot of pilots up to get shot down pretty quickly, much like we saw throughout the earlier part of the Iran war, when several U.S. aircraft that were doing those very same tactics of low-altitude, slow-speed strafing runs, a lot of them came under manpad fire. Many of them had very close calls. If the manpad had just impacted a couple of feet more forward, it would have completely taken out the aircraft, and generally sending in an A-10 to do that wouldn't be that great of an idea, at least at the moment either. So I would say that conducting airstrikes in general would be a very effective idea at this moment to be able to start clearing out the strait. And I would also have to say that bunker busting munitions could be used, but if they're in very limited number, they would have to be used sparingly, and they would have to be used against the highest priority targets within the area of the strait. There's also the possibility, folks, and this is one that we'll get into here in a little bit, that we could try and replace precision-guided bunker busters with special forces raids, which are going to be technically a lot more difficult to pull off and also require a lot more resources and equipment in general rather than just a single aircraft dropping a bunker buster. But those could be our workaround if we're running out of bunker busters, for them to be able to conduct an insert raid directly onto the target or very nearby, go up to it, try and breach their way in, wipe out whoever's inside if that's possible, and then try and set charges and then destroy the actual inside of the operational anti-ship facilities so that way they're no longer rendered usable. That is a possibility, although I have to say, folks, that's not really a great idea in my opinion. That's not the greatest option that we have, because everyone always has to remember, folks, that when we put anyone on the ground, even the special forces, there is always a chance of casualties, for example, wounded and killed. And especially considering that they would be in a confined subterranean environment once they get into that facility, and they really wouldn't have any indirect fire support, either that operation would take some time, meaning that we would have to provide a significant amount of surrounding air cover to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed down there, and, you know, Iranians don't just start flooding in behind them and wipe them out, or we would have to try and conduct that quickly and take the risk that there's most likely going to be casualties and fatalities within the special forces. So that's a possible workaround, but not really one that I'm a huge fan of, because we could start to see that the losses start to mount if we do that over and over again and they don't go well. So I would say really all three. That would be my answer to the poll, and possibly a workaround if we don't have enough bunker busters by using special forces in a raiding type tactic to be able to take out some of the specific facilities that are posing the largest threats. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear some other updates today around the Strait of Hormuz. We were able to hear that the Secretary of State, while he was in Rome today, explained why the exchange of fire happened, or the battle happened between the U.S. Navy and the IRGC last night. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect us to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country. If they threaten Americans, they're going to get blown up. I mean, how much clearer can you be than that? I don't know.
Damn.
I mean, you know.
Well, I guess when in Rome, I guess you could say he's in Rome, you know, so, you know, the joke works this time. It's what's he trying to do? Like, pick up the presidential way of talking? Like, he sounds like he's trying to mimic the way the president speaks.
Well, you know, I heard that's in vogue these days. You know, like, I heard that's a
When
really
in Rome.
I guess so. Beyond that, I would have to say it's like, you know, gee, I don't know, Rubio. I mean, maybe if they shoot at us and when we're in the middle of a ceasefire and they break a ceasefire, maybe we ought to, you know, consider the ceasefire to be broken and get back to fighting. I feel like that's a fairly smart thing to do, something that a smart country would do. A stupid country would get shot at and then fire back and then insist that the ceasefire is still intact when that entire battle that happened last night, quite literally in every definition, breaks the ceasefire by every measure. And on the Iranian side at that. So they've given us the justification to go back to war with them. And it's ridiculous, folks, when you think about it, because a lot of people sit here and say that what I'm saying is stupid. But the thing about those people, though, the people who are about to say that my analysis on that is stupid, is that they will act like we are absolutely uncouth if we ever question the Israelis at all, when, for example, the Houthis fired 6 bottle rockets at them about a week ago, and then they started to bombard the entirety of Lebanon again and haven't stopped since, and completely ripped up the ceasefire they were in. And all of those people will insist that Hezbollah did break the ceasefire against Israel, which is true. But when something even larger happens to us, like the Iranians firing anti-ship missiles at U.S. warships, which clearly is a violation of the ceasefire, if any, then those people will call us idiots for saying that's clearly a ceasefire violation and we should respond because we're using the same rule across the board instead of just pretending like one thing's different from the other when they're literally identical. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that apparently we've finally gotten a cost estimate, folks, of how much the first 60 days of the war cost the United.
Yeah, are we back now?
It looks like it's trying to get back, and we're back now. This is going to be a very tough night, man, because of this. I don't know what's causing
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing it either, but hopefully it fixes itself. It looks like there's some issues across servers, though. I'm checking down detector. It looks like there's some issues. So thankfully, it's not our fault tonight. Like, it's not our computers or anything. It's just simply a server problem. And also, our viewer number keeps fluctuating wildly. Like, it's going from like 14 to 15 to 16, then back down to 14. So bear with us, folks. It's apparently server glitches. But yeah, this war is costing a little bit over 1.2 or 1.3 billion a day if this number right here is accurate. It's a pretty expensive war right here if that keeps up at that rate.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive to be sure. And if we divide that, 72 divided by 60, that is $1.2 billion a day. And you know something that's crazy, folks? If I remember correctly, I think we gave Ukraine, before the current administration, what was it, Matthew, in terms of actual military support? It was like 120, $130 billion over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, an actual direct military support, like vehicles, equipment, somewhere around that mark, yeah.
So that was about $40 billion roughly a year in military equipment for Ukraine to fight what everybody thought was the second best army in the world at the start of the war. I'm not going to lie, folks, for a lot of people to be complaining that Ukraine is a money pit, sure as hell seems a lot cheaper for us to just give Ukraine weapons and let them fight still what is the largest ongoing war in the world right now at 40 billion a year than us going in and fighting it at 1.2 billion a day with Iran, which in theory ought to be easier to deal with than Ukraine at this point, but apparently it's not, so because we're still having to deal with them right now. So a little bit interesting with that, and also showing us at the moment right now a little bit of a glimpse at the cost of fighting a war, which many people have always misunderstood to be quite cheap, when in reality wars are prohibitively expensive.
It's interesting that a huge chunk of that they're counting right here is $12 billion in losses. That's quite wild in itself.
Oh, that is really 12 billion. Oh, you know that what that must be. There's a couple of big things that they hit out there every once in a while, though. You know, like that multi-billion-dollar early warning detection system and radar. I think that system itself, like the whole compound, was about $1 billion or so. So that's like a huge chunk of it right there.
Yeah, that might explain it. And, you know, I will say that's a little bit misleading, I will say, with that, because, you know, technically it's a loss, but it was in a foreign country, so I'm not really sure. Like, if we took that out, it would lower it a little bit. But I mean, even if you took out some things that it might be, you know, possibly exaggerating a little bit in this, to be honest, because that might be exaggerating if they included it, by the way. We're not totally sure if they did. But you know, it seems to me like the war is highly expensive. So between the economic cost on the U.S. citizen that's being inflicted with inflation, rising cost, and, you know, shortages of oil now in some places of the world, you're adding on top of it the cost of the war directly, which seems to be quite expensive as well. So, you know, preferably this thing doesn't go on for ages, or otherwise we could be looking at possibly $1 trillion war.
Yeah, you know, this thing is certainly looking fairly expensive over a really short period of time. If we were running this sort of a number, folks, and if we were actively in this war for a whole year, let me get you all the number here really quickly on that. So it'd be 1.2 billion times 365 days in a year. That would cost us $440 billion to fight this war for 365 days. To give a little bit of an idea as to how expensive wars are. And I have to say, folks, a lot of people always scoff at things like over the years supporting the armed forces of Ukraine in their fight against the Russians. But when you think about it, folks, we spent $120 billion to give Ukraine military equipment, and we didn't even spend it, really. We just, you know, looked at all of our military equipment we were about to retire and destroy and said, what's about $120 billion worth of that? Let's just give that to them. And so we just gave them old equipment that in value was equivalent to 120 billion, but wasn't just 120 billion in hard cash. We give them 120 billion dollars over 3 years to fight the Russians for us. basically at that point for free over 3 years, and they do a damn good job at it, and it would cost us about that much to fight the war against Iran for maybe 3 to 4 months. To put that into perspective, how cost efficient it is to support the Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians. The Russians will push west eventually if the Ukrainians lose. And that means that for about $40 billion a year, which is discount Happy Meal prices and military figures, we stop the Russians from forcing us to get into a war with them. That's pretty decent budget figures right there, in my opinion, and avoids a larger conflict that we have to get into. So why not support the Ukrainians? Because I think this ought to be a fairly clear indicator to many that war is not cheap, and what we've been giving the Ukrainians to fight a whole war against Russia is basically peanuts in military spending figures. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear some other interesting news out of Dubai today. Someone has risked possibly being arrested and imprisoned today to get us this information out of the Dubai International Airport, as they filmed from the window of their aircraft a fire that was burning near to the Dubai International Airport, confirming that the prior Iranian attacks had landed inside of Dubai to some extent and have caused physical damage once more on the ground, much like the prior armed phase of the conflict, where the United States and Iran were flinging missiles at each other like there was no tomorrow, and then Iran was firing at everyone else like there was no tomorrow. So we can confirm that they have hit a couple of more targets within Dubai. And here was a little bit of a better clip of that, once again showing us that it is close to the Dubai International Airport and does appear to be a pretty significant fire. So we can confirm that the Iranians are still conducting attacks against the United Arab Emirates. It appears that damage is fairly fresh and the fire looks to be somewhat new, and that's also telling us that the Iranians are still largely operating at this point like the ceasefire is over. A ceasefire means that they stop shooting. They have not stopped shooting, and over the past 2 days, they're shooting actively at us and allies in the region. If there was any justification for the resumption of war, that would be it. In the meantime, the United States Air Force does appear to have been operational within the area, as the U.S. Air Force E-3 Sentry under the call sign Andor 53 was airborne south of Qatar over the course of this day, and did appear to be coordinating aerial operations for the United States Air Forces that were active within this area. We've also been able to see that some other interesting flights were conducted over the day as well, including one of an MQ-4 Triton, which went on an incredibly long surveillance route just south of Iraq, Kuwait, and Iran through the Persian Gulf, and we also were able to hear that an E-11 BACN from Prince Sultan Air Force Base also took a little jog today up to Iran and back, which is a fairly interesting thing to note as well. So generally, from what we're seeing, it does appear that there is still some modicum of U.S. Air Force activity and U.S. Air Force's activity that is ongoing on a regular basis at this point, but has not resulted in any direct armed action against the Iranians yet, and we're not sure if it ever will. In the meantime, forces are being relocated into the general area or close to the area of responsibility to be able to prepare for possible eventualities where special forces may be required. We have seen by satellite photography the confirmation that the MV or motor vessel Ocean Trader has arrived today within Diego Garcia and is currently cast its anchor in the middle of the shoal that makes up the Diego Garcia Island. We've also seen that it's been accompanied by an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, which may possibly be its escort. And we've also seen that the USNS Pillalal is also here as well, which I believe is some form of a naval oiler or an auxiliary that helps to support the actual combatant operations of the United States Navy currently involved in CENTCOM's AOR against the Iranians and enforcing our blockade right now at the Gulf of Oman. The arrival of the MV Ocean Trader does generally suggest that there may be a possible eventuality of special forces being used in raid-like operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, maybe even for the very reasons that we've mentioned on air. We have seen that in prior instances, especially including the time of the capture of Nicolas Maduro in the earlier part of this year in very early January, the MV Ocean Trader was present at the U.S. Virgin Islands and appears to have actually been involved in coordinating and conducting the very raid in collaboration with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the United States Army to be able to capture Nicolas Maduro out of his presidential palace in Miraflores in Caracas, Venezuela. We do believe that a similar sort of a use of special forces may be seen here, not for the capture of top officials, but for special forces insertion raids into the country that may be incredibly small in duration, but would require some of the most highly trained and most independently operated forces that we would have under our control, which would be that of U.S. Special Forces Command. So we will be waiting to see if they're ever used, but this does suggest that there are plans in motion right now that may involve the use of some form of special forces. But moving bring us on out of Diego Garcia, it is time for us to move on and into some of the rest of the news that we were actually able to get from inside of Iran and also over in the ongoing conflict between Hezbollah and Israel right now in southern Lebanon. But before we get to all of that, a lot of people right now are talking about how Iran has rapidly increased its rail-based trade with China, which actually is going to bump us right on into the news out of Tehran really quickly. Before we get to the poll, I need to make sure to cover this one because I'm about to have to rip apart this whole notion. The Iranians have stated today that they are circumventing the entire effect that the U.S. blockade has on them by diverting all of their cargo over rail. And the Iranians did state the rail corridor today that is being used, and apparently they're stating that the main line from Iran through Turkmenistan to Uzbekistan, and then through southern Kazakhstan past Almaty, and then on into Xinjiang province in western China, is apparently the mainline rail route that they're attempting to use right now, or they're claiming to be using, to circumvent the ongoing U.S. blockade in the Gulf of Oman. Many people have been talking about this claim today and whether or not this is actually going to be circumventing the effects that the U.S. blockade is economically having on the Iranians, which, while small, can eventually turn into something if we wait about an entire year or so. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so Iran is claiming that they're subverting the U.S. blockade by doing this whole rail-based trade thing, but is it really what it seems? Is the U.S. blockade really dead like the Iranians are trying to claim it is? 55% said no, the U.S. blockade still works. 26% said yes, the U.S. blockade is basically dead now that the trains have arrived on the scene, and 13% said I'm 50-50 on this issue. And the U.S. blockade still works. Like this rail-based trade thing that Iran's doing, they are ramping it up. But the problem is this, though. They can't carry as much on this rail-based platform. It doesn't carry as much raw quantity as they were carrying by ship through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, it's really easy to hit it. So if the U.S. wants to go back and strike that, it's really easy to take out. The truth here is, here's the truth. The Strait of Hormuz being blockaded, it's going to hurt Iran. But here's the problem, though. It's going to hurt Iran over the course of several more months. And by the time that comes around, everybody's going to be hurting very badly, not just Iran. So it's hurting everybody, including Iran, that the U.S. is blockading the strait. But there's no way to replace that massive amount of shipments that Iran was making through the Strait of Hormuz. There's simply no way to replace that with rail-based trade. That's impossible. They're making a small dent, I'd imagine, but it's a very small dent they're making with that. So it's pure propaganda coming out of Iran. But Enforcer, what say you?
They don't have a way in hell of making this work. I just went and did some quick looking. And to give you all a little bit of a breakdown, the rail infrastructure does not exist in Iran or any of these countries to be able to support such a significant shift to rail-based traffic. There's a lot that goes into railway logistics, much like every other form of logistics, like truck-based and ship-based logistics. And one of the important things that you have to have for that sort of an operation is built up pre-existing infrastructure, particularly a large amount of locomotives, a humongous amount of freight cars to be able to handle the particular cargo that you're trying to transport, and also rail yards to be able to handle the influx of the massive jump in rail car numbers, and also locomotive servicing facilities and available motive power to be able to move this cargo overland in an efficient manner. This does not exist, particularly within Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan, or even southern Kazakhstan. There is a lot that has to be done to make a functioning high-capacity rail line in any corner of the world. It usually takes years, usually over a decade, to be able to get something like that going. Many of y'all will know famously of the Russian Trans-Siberian Railway, which actually is a high-volume mainline rail corridor throughout the entirety of Eurasia, but that does not exist in between Iran and China directly. To show y'all something here that's quite interesting, the largest rail yard that Turkmenistan has is in the town of Mary, in the middle of eastern Turkmenistan. This is the only rail yard in the whole city. This thing has a capacity most likely of several hundred rail cars, maybe at a maximum 350, which does not even give room for unit trains to pull over and possibly see that trains are, motive power is interchanged to be able to pull it on through the rest of Turkmenistan to Uzbekistan. There's also no locomotive maintenance facilities here of any noticeable size that will be able to handle that sort of an influx of that many locomotives that will require servicing, maintenance, and regular checks to make sure that the engines are operational and still fit for mainline service. So there is no way in hell that the trains would be able to make it out of Iran and just through Turkmenistan alone. Much less, on top of that, the fuel constraints. Trains are incredibly efficient for overland transport and generally cargo transportation costs on bulk cargo types. But there is no way in hell that they have the fuel infrastructure built up in this area to be able to refuel trains at this kind of rate and frequency through Turkmenistan. And not only that, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan operate off of state-run railways, which usually have fixed rail schedules for all passenger and freight trains, meaning that the Turkmen government and the Uzbek government would have to start riding in through their railway company all of these extra train services that are not factored in the schedule, which is going to throw off the usual freight and passenger schedule entirely out of whack. In short, through all of these different reasons, there's no way in hell that this rail corridor is going to amount to anything. Maybe somehow they eke out an extra 10 special trains on the schedule every day from Iran to China, or maybe at the best, maybe 30 over the whole route, but that's going to be a drop in the bucket, especially considering that what they're trying to circumvent right now is the oil crisis that they're having, considering that none of the oil loaded on the ships at Garg can make it out of the Strait of Hormuz because of the U.S. blockade at the Gulf of Oman. They don't even have enough oil cars in Iran or any of these countries to be able to shift all of the ship-based traffic on the trains and then ship it to China. None of that works. So, in short, this is a complete pipe dream by the Iranians.
Yeah, as much as they want to replace the slow boat to China, they simply can't replace it. The slow boat to China is a fixture. They can't get rid of it. In fact, nobody can get rid of it for the most part. The U.S. is hooked on it. Iran's hooked on it. So there's no getting around this. This little whole propaganda game that Iran's playing right here is a bit of a joke. But it's like I said, though, it still doesn't negate the fact that unless the U.S. is willing to wait for possible severe economic damage to take place on America as well as Iran, it's like we said before, it's like playing economic chicken. It's like which country is going to fall and collapse with their economy first? Is it going to be Iran? Or is it going to be the United States? Or is it going to be the entirety of Asia, perhaps? Like, it's hard to tell. It's hard to predict because it's such a like a doomsday scenario for the Strait of Hormuz to remain closed for this many months like this, and also potentially into the foreseeable future, that it's hard to say where it's going to go. But it's certainly a high risk game for sure.
Certainly is, but they're certainly not going to be making it any less high risk by saying we're taking the rail line to Hicktown and Nowheresville to try and circumvent the blockade. That's not working ever. So that, like, the whole Iranian propaganda spiel that has been put out over weeks at this point of, oh, mashallah, the U.S. blockade means nothing to us in the name of Allah because we could just drive the trains through Turkmenistan. That's not happening because, you know, by the will of Allah, there's just not enough trains and not enough trackage and not enough rail cars to be able to do that one. So they need to get on to figuring that one out and how that's actually supposed to work outside of propaganda, because that's not going to help their ailing economy. But we also got to see that there were some unmarked flights being conducted near to Zanjan today as well, most likely by Iranian diplomatic teams. Usually the Iranians use a lot of Airbus A340s for their transportation. It looks to be an A340. There's a chance, though, and I have to say this because it is far enough away that I can't get a positive identification on it myself. There is a very slight chance it could be an Ilyushin 96, which is a little bit wider bodied than an A340, but they're very similar for the larger part, at least in general shape from a good distance away. So it might be an Ilyushin 96, highly likely an A340, but it does show us that at the moment there is probably some sort of a flight being conducted by Iranian diplomatic teams either back into Iran or out of Iran to go and try and continue to beg their allies for further support in the meantime while they're not getting bombed. So we'll have to find out whether they're going, because we'll eventually get a press release from somewhere saying where that plane landed if it was heading outside of Iran. And so with that in mind, it is now time for us folks to wrap up all of our Middle Eastern news for the day by going over to Israel. The Hezbollah forces have fired another bottle rocket attack at the Israelis today near to the port of Haifa. Basically, all of the rockets, from what we could tell, were generally shot down. And then in response, the Israelis went and bombed the Baalbek Valley again. So this isn't anything particularly new. You've got mail.
Hey, that guy's got he's got that old school phone with that vibration notification turned on. That thing sounds like a motor.
Man, honestly, man, that thing went, it's like, dang, dude. It's like, dude, if you put that thing down on the ground, it would actually, like, make the seismographs pick something up with that kind of energy being put out.
I remember those old ones too. They used to shake your bones, like when you had your phone in your pocket. Those were some strong motors on those old ones.
Man, actually, man, that stuff would scare the hell out of you if you weren't expecting it. Like, you'd just be sitting there with your phone in your pocket, and then the thing would go, and it'll, like, shake all your pants and everything. Like, you'd almost, like, jump up and be like, oh! Because you, like, think, like, an animal got in your pants or something and was, like, running around. But anyways, with that, that is all of our news out of the Middle East for the day. The Israelis and Hezbollah are just doing what they do. So, moving us on out of all of this news in the Middle East, it is now time for us to move on and into the Russian Federation, because we have quite the news coming out today from the war in Ukraine and inside of Russia. We will also be throwing in as a bulk package the little bit of news that we got out of China today, but it's more so of a broader concept piece of news than anything specific. So it'll just be a brief cover, and then we'll move on into the news inside of Ukraine. But before we get to that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everyone who's been watching so far tonight, even through all of the tech difficulties that we've been having. A big apology for that once again, folks. It looks like it's more so on the internet's end itself than it is our computers or our systems. It looks like there might be some sort of a cyber attack possibly going on in the United States right now. There's been a lot of server outages, but we still thank y'all for pulling through with us and watching this news, even in the midst of the technical difficulties that the entirety of America has probably been having tonight. It's also great to see that around 15,000 people have joined us over the course of the stream, and 73,000 people have been here since the very beginning of the stream an hour ago. I've got to thank you all so much for spending your time here. It's an absolutely amazing thing to know that we get to cover the news for each and every single one of y'all every single night, and make sure to stick around, folks, because we're about to be getting into Comedy Central when it comes to what's going on in Russia today. But before we get to that, I do want to make sure that we get 3 questions from the chat to get to talk to y'all for a brief moment before we get back into raw news coverage. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's jump into our first super chat here, which goes to none other than Give Up Now, who puts in a $200 support, a massive support, by the way, and a huge shout out for that massive support and helping to keep the channel running. That's a big one right there. They said, some say you need to just state facts and no opinion. To them, I point out, the earth is flat is a fact to some, and the Dow is at 50,000.
And I think it's so much for the unbelievably massive support Give Up Now. And I'd have to say, people who say that, it's like, you know, we kind of like bring it up every once in a while, but people who say that are politically biased. That's just what it is, because
oh, yeah,
they love it when we put out analysis that makes the guys they don't like sound bad, but when it makes the guys they like sound bad, then it's an opinion at that point. And I think people always get a little bit confused. Analysis can be looked at as opinion always. That's generally what it is, because you can come up with any analysis you want. There is no actual set rules to it. Like, I could say, folks, as analysis and then claim that it's fact, that tomorrow Xenu is going to come down to Earth after the U.S. has published the UFO files, and they're going to go and live on that island down in the U.S. Virgin Islands that's been on everyone's minds for a couple of years at this point. I could say that and make that analysis and say that that's fact. That would be an opinion. That might not happen, but it sounds fairly factual in the way that it's presented, and the fact that it's analysis, some people might consider that to be fact. But analysis is an opinion, and we've been doing analysis for the entire time that this channel has existed, and we're never going to stop, because people don't like what they're hearing these days. So sometimes, folks, I remember the statement a long time ago, and I like to believe that this is my mantra, folks. There was a guy way back in the day, very fast talking guy, had his time in the sun, and then he kind of fell off. But he used to say something like, facts don't care about your feelings. And generally what was kind of lame about that is that it was really more so their facts and their feelings. But beyond that, I believe in that sort of a claim. Facts do not care about feelings, and we are all about putting out facts here on this channel. We try and work with the best information, the best facts that we can get, and then we try and make the best assumptions that we can that would be logical based off of things that we don't entirely know as fact, and then we come up with analysis on that. And that's just how it works. That's how it's always going to work. And sometimes it'll make your guys sound good that you like in the government. Sometimes it's going to make them sound really bad. Recently, it's been nothing but bad stuff. But I can't help it, folks. It is what it is, and I'm never going to sit there and give like a freebie to everyone one day and go, well, you know, we're basically going down the gutter, but today I'm going to make it sound great just to give everyone a little pass or something. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, and also, if we see something that is obviously a bad decision that we know just from, you know, studying political science, studying history, etc., that we can tell is going to have a predictable bad outcome to it, and then we fail to say that on the air, then we're going to get flack from the other direction. People are going to say, say, well, how come you guys aren't pointing out the obvious, consequence of this action over here with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz? Are you guys trying to protect the administration? Then people are going to be saying that. So, I mean, we can't like bend and curve to that. I think most people here on the channel recognize that we have to sort of go down the middle the best we can. And sometimes it'll piss some people off because they think it's like, somehow offending their political party or something. But it just is what it is at that point. We're not going to back off of that because like Salt just said in the live chat, that's why we love the channel. And we like to keep it that way. If it pisses off the, 10% on the fringe, we could care less.
Yeah, and also on top of that, then people go, but you're supposed to be neutral. Well, yeah, that we're neutral as in we can like praise both sides or criticize them if they're doing good or bad. That's what neutral actually means. I don't have an invested stake in the Republican or Democrat party, so I don't have to wake up every day and make it sound like one side's angelic and the other side's demonic, depending on which one I picked. Because we run down the middle, we can criticize everybody equally if they're doing just unbelievably stupid stuff, which these days, right now, unbelievably stupid stuff is the only thing on the menu. So, the analysis reflects that, and if people don't like that, then they want to live in La La Land, or they want to run the country in the ground because of their own hubris, and then pretend like it's not been run into the ground because of bad decisions. I generally love the country enough. I complain when I see bad actions being taken that looks like it's running the nation into the ground in some way. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Give up now, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
In our next one here, I will have to censor a little bit because this one is definitely out there. But we have one here from Fake and Flamboyant, who put in a $100
He's flamboyant,
support.
Kathleen.
Thank you very much, Fake and Flamboyant, for that support. Also, by the way, it says something different. If you want to read the whole real deal, you can check it out in the live chat. He said, "Hello there. This is a long-time channel legend here, and I think I probably know who this is." He said, "I would like to express my immense displeasure with the Iranian regime posting a public email address and then failing to reply to my email about Mujtaba. Since we know their minions are probably here, please reply." Oh man, I tell you what, the CIA pulled the ultimate on Mujtaba. They said, "This man is flamboyant." It's like in Iran, that's serious. Like if somebody's being accused of being flamboyant inside of Iran, that could be they could be finished inside of Iran for that. And we haven't seen Mujtaba ever since he took charge. He's been hiding out, maybe in the closet, possibly. You can't really tell. He's been hiding out though inside of Iran, maybe somewhere. So who knows? Who knows? The CIA pulled a fast one. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, the CIA said, "Listen, I don't care about your proclivities. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom. But I'm going to spend another minute on it because the Strait of Hormuz is being blockaded for another day."
Man, that's crazy though. It's crazy though. I mean, people laughed at it, but I mean, that's a serious deal. Like, I'm not joking. Like, if you get accused of something like that inside of Iran, I mean, I think that's a death sentence inside of Iran, I believe.
Oh, I believe that it's death by stoning, if I remember correctly. I think that's like the actual punishment per the Quran for that offense in their faith. I'm not sure on that one. Pull that up really quickly, Matthew.
Let's see here. It's basically the equivalent of like putting out a hit on somebody to a certain degree, like saying something like that. I mean, that's serious. That's very serious. But let's see here. Is being illegal in Iran. Let's see here. Yeah, it is illegal. Under the 2013 Islamic Penal Code, those acts are considered crimes, with punishments ranging from imprisonment to flogging the death penalty.
Damn.
And also, there's a whole bunch of stuff here extra about it. So it says acts. I don't know if it just says. Obviously we're not going to get into all that here on the stream, but we'll have to see exactly how deep the allegations run with Mujtaba. But that's a pretty serious allegation.
Yeah, I'd have to say it certainly is. But if any of the Iranian government officials are watching, he wants you to respond to y'all's email. So hopefully y'all can get around, circle back to that, get a little answer there, and hopefully that'll work. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that has addressed that well. And before we move on to the last one, I saw someone say something that was politically charged in the chat. They got banned, but I was just thinking, folks. Like here's the thing that they said. I was just finding this so interesting, folks. I gotta throw this out there because it's just a thought of mine. Kind of spitballing here. They sat there and said that we hate America because we're critical of the guy in charge. I remember that a lot of people who really liked the current guy hated the last president when he was in charge, and was actually rooting for countries like Russia and China to basically to bury us under the ground as a country because they didn't like the president who was in charge. So I got to ask, when they did that, was that patriotic and really supporting the country? Or was it just that when the people that you don't agree with, or someone criticizes your guy, even if they don't align with the other side, does that make that to where that's unpatriotic, but when you do it, it's actually loyal and patriotic to call for the end of the country and to try and conduct a civil war or acts of treason? That's fine for y'all, but not fine for everyone else. I got it. I understand. So basically, you're.
I feel like people like that are low key, like kind of like itching for like a dictatorship. Like people like that. Like this is literally the type of stuff they do in North Korea. Like if someone like criticizes the great leader, first of all, their peers, meaning the other citizens, will snitch on them, or they'll also take matters into their own hands sometimes to defend the honor of the great leader. And that's not the way it's supposed to work in a democracy. If people have a criticism, it's not supposed to be, you're unpatriotic. It's supposed to be like, well, what makes you think that? Or like, what's your basis for thinking that negative thought about the person in charge? Like, it's supposed to be a conversation. It's not supposed to be like you're instantly the enemy. That's not the way it works here.
Yeah, and I really love those pro-Americans, who believe that the Second Amendment doesn't exist for us to pick up arms to defend our grand republic, but they believe that the arms that they are allowed as a right to own under the Constitution is actually for them to overthrow the very government that they now claim they're patriots of. I find that whole thing very interesting, Like, I just gotta say, folks, like, I don't get the mental dissonance that goes on with political people from the left and the right, but watching the different flavors of it come out in our live chat section over the course of the last 4 years, from the left for the last 3 years, and from the right now for the last year and a half. It's just so interesting to watch what I can only describe as delirium and insanity come out in some of these comments. It's really crazy to me. But anyways, outside of that whole aside and that whole chit chat there for a minute, I just find comments like that interesting. But anyways, it's time for us to move on and into China for just a brief moment, and then we're going to be getting on into all of the big news. Well, actually, we have one last question to get to before we get to that. So, Matthew, what is our last question of the segment before we get to China and everything going on in Ukraine and Russia?
All right, so the third and last super chat before we get back to our breaking news goes to Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Nick said, fast attack boats are incredibly cheap, maneuverable, and numerous. And in like World War II, Sherman tanks versus Tiger tanks, a Tiger can take out like 5 or 6, but there are another 12 hitting it before it's taken out. And can you send my question to the chat?
And a big thanks to you for the support, Nick. And I got to say that generally, everyone always says that quantity beats quality or quality beats quantity. Really, it's more so about trying to get the best quality you can in the largest quantity possible. And that's how America won the war. Because if you look at the British qualitatively probably had, in my opinion, some of the best tanks of the war, if we're being honest, because they took a lot of the American stuff that we lend-leased them, and then they pimped it out, and they made it even better. The Germans generally had some quality in some aspects on their tanks, but they were actually pretty bad for the most part. A lot of transmission and engine issues, and also just mobility issues altogether, which basically damned them to almost being like stationary gun platforms for the larger part. But America emphasized the best quality that we could get reliably and the highest quantity that we could get. And that's why the United States' armor in the Second World War, in my opinion, is the best. I don't think that anything ever came close, because could a German tank travel 500 miles without breaking down? No. Could an American one? Certainly. Could a Russian tank do that? No. Were German guns better than American guns? Yes. But they also had no maneuverability. We have maneuverability, firepower, and some decent armor protection all built in one, which none of the other countries in the war could claim to have all three at the same time. They only had one without the other two. But I would have to...
these days, like in a war, like in today's modern environment, having scalability of your manufacturing in pretty much any weapon system has become critical. Like being able to scale that rapidly or decrease the amount you're making, you need to be able to built to be very flexible with stuff like that. And if a weapon system is not able to be flexible where you can ramp up production or also decrease production at a moment's notice, and it's not a big deal, then that weapon system is not viable in the modern day. That's just simply the way it is, because wars are being fought with disposable weaponry now. We still have to have those legacy systems, but we also need to have the ability, like for example with drones, to be able to manufacture hundreds of thousands of them, and then also when we don't need them, to lower that back down to like, you know, just a couple of hundred possibly if we just need a few of them at a moment's notice. Like production is everything, and unfortunately, that's one thing that China kind of has us beat on right now is production. And everybody always dogs on Chinese quality, which I will admit there's a fair argument there with that, but we have to be able to match that somewhat. I mean, the problem we're having with our shipbuilding industry right now is a huge red flag. We don't have any scalability in our shipbuilding, and in fact, we barely have the basics anymore. And that was a big mistake to let that slide by.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that happen here in the United States. And I know some people are going to say that it's the offshoring of some industries, and to a degree, it kind of is. But the United States still is the second largest manufacturing nation on the planet by a long shot. We beat Japan and Germany, which are generally pretty on up there and nowhere close to us, but we're also only about, I think it's something like 60% of the manufacturing capacity of the PRC at the moment, which is the People's Republic of China, which puts us at a bit of an impasse. But we do have to have an ability to produce things en masse, and they don't have to be like nowadays, folks. I feel like the problem with the defense industry, or the war industry here in this country as I call it, is that they focus on artisanal batches of several hundred of a system at a time at an incredibly high cost, but they are truly the highest quality weapon systems on the planet. And there is a problem with that kind of thinking, because they're the highest quality, they're incredibly expensive, and usually because of that, they're made in limited batches of the hundreds at a time. We need something that is very good quality, better than our nearest peer, but not way better, because we are starting to see why the Ukrainian example, that having the highest quality, you know, instead of having like a 98% quality control sort of a statistic, we're going for like 99.97, and so we spend all of these extra millions to get that little extra degree percentage success rate on our weapon systems. It doesn't matter. We need to have something that's cheaper, slightly less quality, but I'm not talking about like Soviet garbage type quality, and easily scalable in production figures. That's what we need. That's what we had in the Second World War. That's what we had through most of the Cold War. That's what we need today, because we moved away from saying, let's have weapon systems that are the most advanced, but they're not space age to the point that they cost millions to produce, a couple of hundred each. We need something that's better than China's, but we need to be able to build this in the tens of thousands if necessary, and in an economy of scale to where they're affordable.
Yeah, and if people want to talk about, oh, you know, so-and-so is unpatriotic or this or that or another, it's like, how about you stop talking about your fellow American being unpatriotic and look at these companies? It's like, how patriotic is it to try to make 1,000% profit off a single weapon, like one unit of a weapon? It's like, how patriotic is that? It's like, you're not supposed to make a killing off of just one unit. It's like, if a wrench is selling for like $40,000 or something, I mean, you know, there's all these BS arguments about, oh, well, they put all this research and development into the wrench and stuff like that. I mean, come on. I mean, there's a huge profit margin built into that stuff, and it's made that way for a while because, you know, a lot of people get rich off the defense industry, and it works like that. There's the whole bidding system. There's a whole bunch of, you know, sketchy business going on with that. So it's something with that. They need to get a grip on it. I saw Hegseth. He put out a video today, apparently talking about they're trying to get a grip on that. I will say, fair enough. Like, let's see what he can do with it. Maybe he'll get something done with it, possibly. But we'll have to see, though, because, you know, that's a very deeply ingrained system, the whole defense industry, and they have lobbyists. They have people that generally advocate on their behalf. So we'll have to see. I mean, that's like wrangling a bull to a large degree, trying to get a grip on that massive bloat in the defense industry, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully there can be something done, but it might not be easy to do. And also on top of that, at this point, there's kind of a bit of a paradox there, because if you try and get a handle on it, that means that those defense companies' profits are diminishing, which means that their shareholders are not getting the kind of dividends that they got in the past, which means that they might start dumping their stocks and going for a more lucrative one, which might just tank the company. if everyone just starts selling the stocks and the stocks plummet in value, and then the company has no actual value at that point. That might actually be a little bit detrimental. So then it's kind of a honestly, folks, this is going to be a little bit of a hard one to say here, but we might just have to let that happen slowly, like not like a sledgehammer when it requires a scalpel, but do that in a scalpel-like way to where maybe we can see that a whole bunch of companies pop up and basically like a controlled burn of the war industries to see that we have a whole bunch of companies that actually run at competitive prices and make decent quality products that are not overtly expensive to the point that it's absurd, and just let that naturally happen over some period of time, like a decade or a couple, possibly, because that might be the only way to do that. Because thinking about it, those companies are probably going to implode if you let their inflated profit margins start to diminish. Their stock value is probably going to plummet as a result.
Yeah, it could be, maybe so.
Maybe. But a humongous thanks to you for supporting Nick Hines and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of our news for the night. Moving us on into the People's Republic of China, we have been able to hear that apparently, according to a report that came out today from the New York Times, apparently they're hearing from some sources in China that China believes that the U.S. would abandon Taiwan if China goes to war with the Taiwanese. Chinese analysts are increasingly arguing that the war with Iran exposed a key weakness of the United States, which is a shortage of weapons for a prolonged period. According to the outlet, in just a few months of fighting, the U.S. used up a significant share of its long-range missile stockpiles, which we largely can confirm seems to be true. In China, this is seen as a signal that Washington is not ready for a long war against an equal opponent. Chinese war hawks are now actively pushing the idea that the U.S. will not be able to defend Taiwan. In their view, the U.S. is barely struggling in conflict with Iran, and a confrontation with China would be an even greater challenge. I would have to say that that's largely on the money. And that's also why the war industry has to change rapidly, because we cannot sustain this kind of a war, like, for example, with Iran or China or anybody, if the defense industry is going to work off the idea of, let's make 300 missiles over the course of a year, which averages out to less than 1 missile a day. The U.S. military needs more than 1 missile a day. If we needed 1 missile a day, we're basically fighting Uganda or something at that point, and we may as well not even be a global superpower. We need to be able to see that there is a defense production capacity that far exceeds our opponents, to where we can have superior firepower against them at any point of time, at any day of the week, no matter how long the war goes on. So I hope that does address that well. And moving us on from that, it's now time for us to get on into the big news out of Russia. Today, we have been able to hear that the Russians are getting kind of scared about this whole Ukrainian drone attack thing. We actually were able to see the Dmitry Peskov came out today, and he was talking about a planned meeting for the May 9th Victory Day parade. Let's take a look at him. Dang.
Bro, what the? Like, back this video up for a second. Let's see this one more time. Bro, what is wrong with him, bro? His face is red as a beet. Like, man, this guy looks like he's sauced.
I gotta say, folks, I'm not trained in picking up on people who are inebriated, but let's look at the signs. Beet red face. His eye blinks are very slow. We can also see that when he moves his eyes, it appears that it has an astigmatism to where it doesn't move fluidly. It moves in these rapid jerks. And he also seems to be slurring his speech. Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Like that, sir, step out of the car. We need to begin sobriety field tests. I gotta say, folks, we don't know this for sure, but I would have to say it seems fairly likely, possibly,
Man,
this guy is sauced.
Man, he's getting nervous. You know, that Victor Day's approach, and everybody in the Russian government's like on knife's edge right now with the nervousness. This guy's like, I got to do something to calm the nerves. He goes right to the liquor cabinet.
I mean, everything about him seems quite odd. Like, everything about this seems to be giving me the idea, folks, that this man may have had a little bit of a snootful before he came out here in front of the press. I'm thinking, being the rat at the Kremlin is a pretty hard job, and so, sometimes they hit the drink. I have a feeling, Matthew, that him and a couple of people in the U.S. government right now might be able to get along quite well. Some people may be involved in, internal security. But anyways, moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear some other developments out of Moscow over the course of this day, starting with our first reports of the day and then moving our way to the most recent one. We were able to hear that President Zelensky today put out a decree. This was the presidential decree of the President of Ukraine, number 374 of 2026, entitled About the Parade in Moscow. Oh boy. I'm just laughing, folks, because we already know the story we're about to cover. I'm trying to hold back from laughing because this is about to become hilarious. Taking into account.
Read it.
I'm reading it, man. Taking into account numerous requests for the humanitarian purpose outlined in the negotiations with the American side on May 8th of 2026, I decide, 1, to allow a parade to be held in Moscow, Russian Federation, on the 9th of May, 2026. For the duration of the parade, from 10 a.m. Kyiv time on May 9th, 2026, the territorial square of Red Square will be excluded from the plan for the use of Ukrainian weapons. They then literally list out the 4 corners of the Red Square as the only area that is excluded from strikes for that day during that time. 2, this
crazy, man. That is crazy, man. That is literally like trolling to the craziest degree right there. I mean, when I read this earlier today, I was like, no way. I was like, I gotta check and make sure this is legit. It's legit. Like, this is actually what they put out. Zelensky said, I allow Putin to hold a parade in Moscow and put out the coordinates of the Red Square, and literally only exempted the Red Square only from Ukrainian strikes. Show the reply tweet over there. Show the reply tweet.
Oh, I got it right here. There it is.
Oh, no, that wasn't it, man. That's not the reply tweet. Go back.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, there we go.
Look at that. There you go. Look at that. There he is. He got that dog in him. Zelensky really a dog. I mean, he's got that dog in him for sure. That was pretty ballsy to put that out because, Putin is threatening to strike Kyiv and their decision-making centers over this whole thing right here. So he got the dog in him. He put out that announcement today and literally just went straight for the jugular with that one.
I got to tell you. I've never seen one that's been this good before. And this is literally the geographical coordinates of the corners of the Red Square, and that's the only area that is protected in the ceasefire by the decree of the President of Ukraine. So let me show y'all. Out of the whole of Russia, out of the whole of Western Russia, out of the whole of the Moscow Military District, out of the whole of the Moscow Oblast, of the Moscow metropolitan area, of the intermetropolitan center of Moscow, within the intergovernment circle, only the Red Square is going to be covered by the ceasefire. Everything else is fair game, according to the Ukrainian presidential decree.
That's crazy. Ukraine is refusing to take away the ambiguity about whether or not they're going to attack that parade or not. I think that's why you're seeing people in the Russian government crap-faced, like red-faced, probably from drinking, I would assume, because I'm not sure why their face is red like that. The only time I've ever seen that is when somebody's drunk. So that could explain it. They're worried like hell that maybe this means Zelensky's actually going to attack the parade, possibly.
I think that they might actually be, but I have to say, folks, this has actually been, and this, folks, by the way, if for people who may not know how deception and trolling works in an actual effective way, this, by the Ukrainian government, is an actual masterclass at trolling an enemy force and also deceiving them all in one go. Unlike the stuff that the United States announces every day, and they say 5 different things, and then some people say that they're trolling the Iranians or they're trying to deceive them, this was an actual effective deception, because we generally do understand the Ukrainians are going to attack everything but the parade, because they've achieved what they wanted. As far as fighting and winning a war, they got Russia to strip every single critical industrial sector, every major city, and every Russian military base inside of the Russian Federation of air defenses in the whole of their range of Western Russia, and they put it all in Moscow. So if a Ukrainian drone flies anywhere but Moscow, the hit rate for those drones is somewhere within the 90th percentile or higher. It's very high. That means that the attacks are most likely going to go by a lot more successfully throughout the whole of the country, unlike how they would have at other times, where there would have been at least a smaller percentage chance of the drones being able to make it through and hit their targets. This also means that they got the Russians in an absolute panic about the parade being attacked, which has put a heavy strain on their government, heavily panicked them, made them work. It got into the heads of the Russian commanders' minds, freaked them out, and made them put their whole entire country at a disadvantage so that way they could protect this one parade because they thought that was going to get hit. And now Ukraine is going to go bomb everything else tomorrow. And then also on top of that, they trolled them by going, I allow the parade. That is how you actually do a masterclass at deceiving and trolling an enemy country, is this way.
Yeah.
This actually produced something beneficial for the Ukrainians.
And also, I see people saying, "Well, guys, didn't Zelensky and the Ukrainians just agree to a 3-day ceasefire today because the U.S. president announced that in a tweet?" The U.S. president said that, but here's the catch, though: if that is true, then why did the decree of the president of Ukraine specifically list the coordinates of Red Square? If this ceasefire encompasses all of Russia and all of Ukraine, then why are they putting coordinates of just Red Square in the announcement? That doesn't seem to line up. So I think that Zelensky only agreed to a little very limited ceasefire, which is the one right here that encompasses only Red Square. I don't think it's a ceasefire across the entirety of the country. I think that was just simply not accurate.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. And also, folks, the president says all kinds of stuff and it doesn't end up being accurate. So don't ever, I got to say, folks, as a rule of thumb these days, if the president says something, take that with the smallest grain of salt. Because probably only about 5 to 10% of it's true. And the rest of it's either, puffery and sales talk or hyping it up or just not even true. So I have to make sure to cover that base with everyone because as far as we go for analytical and news reporting and analysis purposes, we can't really take anything he says at face value. We have to heavily discredit most of it because most of it probably isn't true, and we have a pretty decent receipt and record track of that being the case. But that seems to be what the Ukrainians are working off of right now. It's just a ceasefire tomorrow for the 9th of May, and literally just including the physical parameters of the Red Square. Everything else is fair game according to the Ukrainians. And a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen tomorrow. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it?
Okay, so in addition to this very limited ceasefire around Red Square only, which is around where they're having the parade inside of Moscow, Russia is going to be shutting off the internet as well inside of Moscow. As they said, they don't want any messages getting out. So that sounds very Soviet. Also, by the way, they are not allowing any Western media of any sort to attend the parade. And they're also telling the Russian media, which is mostly state-controlled, pretty much all of it is, they're telling them that they must broadcast the parade on a long delay, so that way if anything happens they can try to cut the broadcast, so that way the people of Russia don't see a Ukrainian attack on the parade. So they are going through a whole lot of effort for a parade that literally won't have any military equipment in it. When it comes to actual military attack equipment, there won't be any from the sounds of it. So I mean, it'd have been a lot easier just to cancel the parade at this point. I mean, all this trouble for a parade without military equipment, at this point, it's just their ego getting in the way. That's why they won't cancel it, because they'll think that's an embarrassment, and they're going to let their ego put them in harm's way from the Ukrainians. But what do you think about that? 56% said Ukraine will attack outside of Moscow on the Victory Day parade, while 16% said Ukraine will not attack Russia at all. 14% said Ukraine will attack the Moscow perimeter only, and 14% said Ukraine will attack the Victory Day parade itself. And I would say, out of all these options right here, I still don't believe that Ukraine's going to actually attack the parade itself. They'll probably launch attacks, probably on the perimeter of the Moscow Oblast itself, not central Moscow, but the Oblast itself. They might launch some attacks there, only for the intent of disrupting the parade. Because imagine, if any drones start flying anywhere inside of Russia, the Russians are going to panic. They're going to assume that it's probably coming for the parade, and they're probably going to either terminate the parade, or they're going to pause it, and it's going to be an embarrassment. So I would imagine Ukraine will disrupt it, but they're not going to actually hit it, because that would be probably unwise. But Enforcer, what say you?
They're going to hit everywhere but Moscow. I can promise you all that with a guarantee. They're going to get close probably to Moscow, and a lot of drones are going to be skirting around Moscow, but they're probably not going to conduct daytime attacks on the parade. Literally, also on top of that, they declared a ceasefire for the parade, and the Ukrainians generally are people of their word. They don't really break anything that they say that they're going to do. They never go out of their way to break it. So I'd have a feeling they're not going to attack the parade. They're not going to attack Moscow. They're going to attack, let me see here, let me think. Let me begin the list. Bryansk, Kursk, Belgorod, Voronezh, Lysky, Rosso, Borisglevsk, Rostov-on-Don, Novocherkassk, Shakhty, Krasnodar, Tuapse, Novorossiysk, the Taman oil port, Kerch, Sevastopol, Simferopol, Yekaterinburg, Melitopol, Donetsk, Luhansk, Volgograd, Saratov, Ingles, Toyati, Samara, and Sizran, Ulyanovsk, most likely Naberezhny Chelny, Nizhnekamsk, Izhevsk and Votkinsk, Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk, Ufa, Orsk, all the surrounding towns around Orsk, St. Petersburg, Primorsk, Ust-Luga, and about a couple of other dozen targets. Those will all be on the menu, and a pretty decent likelihood a lot of them will probably end up getting attacked. But Moscow will not be attacked. Because think about it, folks. What does that achieve for Ukraine if they disrupt the parade militarily? Nothing, really. So why in the world would they go and bomb that? Because there's a huge amount of risk in trying to bomb it, and then what the Russian response might be. And there's very little reward, rather than just disrupting the parade, which strategically really doesn't do much for Ukraine. On the other hand, though, if they blow up 50 refineries, very low risk, incredibly high reward, where they're materially screwing over the Russians for months afterwards, because now they're hemorrhaging gas supplies like there is no tomorrow, and they don't even have a way to refine anything until they get those refineries back up and running. So that is a lot better of an outcome than trying to attack the parade. So I would well be within the majority on that poll. I don't think that they're going to attack the parade. I think they're attacking everything else, because that would be a lot more beneficial for the Ukrainians and actually trying to bring this war to a conclusion. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can, in my opinion. And we also have a couple of other details about this over the day. We did get to see a full response from the rat, more than just a 6-second comment, and I'll read y'all this here, and then I'll play y'all the clip so you can see his very questionable state that he is in. But he stated about Zelensky giving permission for the Russians to hold the victory parade. He said, "Of course, we don't need their permission, but it's probably a pity for the one who is trying to make fun of Victory Day and make such stupid jokes. More likely, it's a big issue for him, and we don't need anyone's permission to be proud of our Victory Day." Well, he didn't say that y'all had permission to be proud of the Victory Day, Mr. Rat. He actually said that y'all had permission to hold the parade, not to be proud of the day. So this guy, clearly, folks, he's had a long day. Little couple of drinks thrown back. I mean, he's having a hard time keeping it all in line. Zelensky isn't giving them permission to be proud of Victory Day. He's giving them permission to hold their dumb little parade. And from what I've heard, folks, apparently this guy was on that cruise down in Argentina. But anyways, here's the clip.
Let's see him. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
Bro.
I can't even hear him.
Man, this dude right here, I mean, I'm like, I guess he's got to show up for work, or otherwise Putin might get angry, and you don't want to make him angry inside of Russia. That could end ugly. But man, this dude right here is in no shape to be showing up to work. This dude right here is in tough shape.
Good Lord, man. This guy can hardly talk. He can't even look up. Good Lord.
And he's struggling to keep his eyelids open at this point. Look, oh dang! Look at his eyes, man. Go back where his eyes like flashed up at the camera.
Oh, dude, they're almost as red as his skin.
Black. Yeah, really, dude. This dude's eyes are like straight up, like there's like, where's the pupil? His like entire retina is the pupil at this point. This dude like here is in tough shape.
Hold up, man. I need to go find that. Let's see. Let me see if I can get the gif of this, man. Oh man, come on, we got to get a bigger screen version of this. Oh, here we go, dude. This was him getting to work this morning.
I tell you what, man, like I've heard that Russians, obviously we don't know exactly why he's like this. I assume he may be like having a snoot full or something. Maybe he's sick or something. But, I've heard that Russians can apparently hold their liquor pretty well. Like they can just drink all day long and they can still like generally function. Who knows how much vodka it takes to get to that point inside of Russia? Who knows how much?
Probably a lot. I mean, a lot of Russians are career drinkers, so it had to be a lot. The liver is taking a lot of abuse by the time a Russian is a grown adult. But anyways, moving on from that, we've also been able to see that apparently, according to the Russian Federation and also an announcement that was made today, the broadcast of the military parade from Red Square on the 9th of May will be delayed, meaning that there will be a live delay to the broadcast. So, to explain a little bit of television stuff for everyone, most shows have a little bit of a delay in between the time that they speak and the time that y'all see what's going on the show. I actually, here on this channel, we have a 30-second delay, which isn't something that we want. We're totally fine with being completely live, but for some reason, the OBS YouTube system works to where there's about a half-minute delay between what we say and what y'all hear. But beyond that, though, they're apparently going to have longer than a 5-minute delay or so in between the parade itself and the broadcast on television. So if anything happens, they can cut the broadcast 5 minutes or 4 minutes, generally in realistic terms, before whatever happened on in real life is broadcasted nationally.
Yeah, and also the real reason why they're shutting off the internet, by the way, is not because people can't communicate with each other. Like, most people think, oh, well, they want to shut off the internet so that way they can't communicate. Like, there's Ukrainian operatives in the crowd or something like that. They don't want them to be able to message each other on Telegram or some messaging app. That's not the real reason they want the internet shut off. The real reason is so that way people, the Russians, can't get their phones out and film whatever attack is taking place and then post it on the internet. They want to have full control of the narrative, and that's why only Russian media is showing up. And also, they're shutting the internet off too. They want to have full control where you can't see anything the state doesn't approve.
Also, yesterday it was announced that Western journalists have been stripped of their accreditation for the Victory Day parade. Only Russian media will be allowed to attend. So once again, trying to control the narrative as much as they can, because they don't want any of those pesky Western journalists that are, akin and used to free speech, just going out there and blabbing, oh my god, Putin ran like a bitch from the bleachers when the air raid siren went off. They don't want anyone saying that, so they're completely trying to get the whole thing screwed down as tightly as they can, so that way if anything happens at all, they control the story in every way, and also the response to it as a result. We also have been able to hear... This little clip came out today. Somebody was able to make it very close to Red Square, which is all set up for the 9th of May, which is today, actually, in Russia. And here in a couple of hours, probably about 3 or 4 hours after our show goes off air, the actual Victory Day parade will commence. But in this clip, we actually got to see the preparations. So let's take a look.
9 мая Красная площадь перекрыта, но я втайне вам покажу, как все происходит. И теперь поближе, сейчас приближу вам, чтобы видели все, чтобы вы видели. Смотрите, вот там вот будет сидеть Путин, да, вот как раз смотрите, 9 часов. Бьют куранты.
We see him looking at the Kremlin clock tower. And this guy then said, look, he's playing the Soviet anthem. If that's the Soviet anthem, that's the most off-key Soviet anthem I've ever heard. I never heard the Soviet anthem go, bing, 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 bing. Like, I never heard that part.
Bing, bang, bing, bang.
And then this guy starts singing the Soviet anthem, and it's not even in key with what the clock tower is playing. It's like, this guy is very tone deaf.
Республик свободных. Помните?
Do you remember? No, I don't. Like because they haven't been around for about 40 years. Now we can hear.
Oh, there's a little security car pulling up right there. You saw that? They were creeping in the screen over there.
Hello, comrade. What are you doing here? Meanwhile, man, there's some Russian up there in the clock tower that's literally choking out one of the bells. You hear it going, ding, ding. It's like, listen. For like a damn railway bell, like on a locomotive. It's like, ding, ding. But, man, that clock tower has had better days.
It's at the top of the vodka hour.
Man, it's vodka hour somewhere in Russia, which is every hour.
Like the episode of Star Trek, they're like, festival, festival, and they start tearing the whole city up.
And so earlier in the last video that I ran, folks, in the middle of the day, I actually saw this large structure that appeared to have been erected over the Lenin Mausoleum, and I said that I had never seen this before. Apparently, my eyes and memory deceived me, because this thing has existed in prior years, and this is, but what is different about it, which kind of threw me off, is that usually there's a bleacher down here, which I did state in the video. There's a bleacher off to the side here, and a bleacher right below it, and that bleacher is where Putin and all of his little dudes sit, like all of the foreign dignitaries and officials that come here to Russia to watch the May 9th parade. They all sit there. But there is no bleacher there at the moment. There's no bleacher to the side of this thing. But just to show y'all, just so that way I can make sure to eat my foot live on air about this information, there it is right there in a prior year, built over the Lenin Mausoleum, and Putin is sitting right there where my mouse cursor is at. So this thing has existed for a while, and it has been set up on Red Square every single year. But it actually threw me off in the middle of the day earlier today because I forgot about this thing because it didn't look the way I always remembered it. And I said that it may have been that they had set up some sort of a bomb shelter inside of it, and this thing was more so the shroud to try and cover that up. They may have actually done that. I'm not entirely sure, though. We can't see what's behind it.
Oh. Well, I mean, what they'll do, like you see, there's like the little like opening awning thing right there. If something starts to happen, they're going to slam that thing shut like a storekeeper, like a shopkeeper with like the little like awning thing. They're going to slam that thing shut, and it probably keeps like, you know, like projectiles out, I would imagine.
Maybe. There's a reason why this temporary structure is built right where Putin and everyone else sits. It has to be for some form of protection or security or whatnot, because there's really no other reason to do that. Because back in the day, back in the Soviet times, when security was a guarantee, because, you know, anyone who looked slightly questionable to the state was executed, they would just stand on top of the Lenin Mausoleum, and they would just watch the parade from there with no temporary structures being built, and it just was what it was. Let me show you all that here really quickly. Maybe they have a picture of that. So this is the Lenin Mausoleum, and right up here, right above the words Lenin, which is in like bold red right there, which you can't really see too well, that's actually a balcony on the front of the Lenin Mausoleum, and that's where Soviet premiers would stand to watch the Victory Day parades of yore, back during the times of the Soviet Union. So, apparently this thing has to be for security. Otherwise, I'd assume that for cost-effective reasons, they would just stand on top of the Lenin Mausoleum again, because that would make the most sense. But moving us on out of that little clip right there, we also were able to see that the President of the United States weighed in as well. I am pleased to announce that there will be a 3-day ceasefire May 9th, 10th, and 11th in the war between Russia and Ukraine. The celebration in Russia is for Victory Day, but likewise in Ukraine, because they were also a big part and factor of World War II. This ceasefire will include a suspension of all kinetic activity and also a prison swap of 1,000 prisoners from each country. This request was made directly by me, and I very much appreciate its agreement by President Putin and President Zelensky. Hopefully it is the beginning of the end of a very long, deadly, and hard-fought war. Talks are continuing on ending this major conflict, the biggest since World War II, and we are getting closer and closer every day. The problem with the statement, though, is that the beginning makes it sound like it's a complete and absolute ceasefire for 3 days. There will be a 3-day ceasefire, which generally means the ending of shooting on all fronts for every reason on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, which is 3 days, in the war between Russia and Ukraine. That's not happening. The only ceasefire that's happening is that Ukraine isn't blowing up Red Square. That's it. Everything else is still a game and on the table. So this is a very much so, from what we can tell by the presidential decree of Ukraine, a significant misrepresentation of the facts.
And also remember, like, the definition of a ceasefire in the eyes of the U.S. officials right now is a little bit unclear, because they're saying that we still have a ceasefire with Iran, but obviously there's shooting going on between the U.S. Navy and the Iranian forces. So that's really not a ceasefire. So it's really unclear what they mean by a ceasefire at this point. The language itself is being called into question these days when it comes to announcements like this. So Zelensky put out a tweet seeming to verify this, but then they put out that decree saying that it was only going to encompass Red Square after that. So, I mean, I don't really have much faith in this whatsoever. And also, by the way, like, notice this as well, a complete lack of a mention of the fact that Ukraine just had a ceasefire, or was trying to do a ceasefire, and Putin blatantly violated it several times during that ceasefire. And now Putin's demanding that his ceasefire during the May 9th Victory Day parade be adhered to. And there's no mention of that whatsoever here in this tweet from the U.S. president, that the fact that Putin broke it several times over the last 72 hours.
Yeah, it's something else. But, I mean, they do know what a ceasefire is, because right here it says, this ceasefire will include a suspension of all kinetic activity, which means shooting of any type, of any way or any sort, which would include drones, frontline firefights, and all that. The Ukrainians didn't agree to this, by the way, folks. Like, the presidential decree of the president of Ukraine says that the ceasefire is only going to include Red Square. It didn't say we're having a ceasefire with the Russians on all fronts in every way for 3 days. If that was the case, the Ukrainian presidential decree would have stated that. The Ukrainian presidential decree is saying we're having a ceasefire for the 9th of May only after 10 a.m. on the specific spot around the Red Square because of purposes. That's it. So I think that this is a heavy misrepresentation right here of what this upcoming ceasefire will be. And I have a feeling that this might be for a reason, because, maybe the Ukrainians go back to heavy drone strikes on the 9th of May tomorrow, which they will. The president's going to say that they're breaking the ceasefire when the Ukrainians never agreed to a ceasefire this comprehensive.
Yeah, we'll have to find out whether or not that's the case or not. But, it's kind of weird that when Putin wants a ceasefire, it gets to happen. And then when Zelensky wants one, it doesn't happen. And nobody ever mentions the fact that Putin just violated the one that Zelensky wanted. So a little bit unfair, but that's pretty much the way it is these days.
Yeah, I suppose so. Meanwhile, that major oil fire in Perm is kind of finally dying down a little bit. You still see that there is smoke coming from it, but not as badly as it once was. Yippee and hooray. Moving us on from that fire, we've also seen that over the course of the day, Russian authorities are preparing by shutting down the internet. Not only in Moscow, but in a couple of other oblasts as well, from what we could tell. We've also been able to hear that there were some attacks on Bryansk today. There's the report right there from the Bryansk Oblast of the drones over the city. And we also were able to hear that additionally, there were a couple of drones heading to Moscow today. Only 20 of them, but they were heading directly towards Moscow. So giving the Russians a little bit of a fake out just about 12 hours before the Victory Day parade is supposed to begin. And also to mention all the areas where major drone attacks were conducted today. Crimea, Moscow, Kursk, Bryansk regions, and also Dagestan and Chechnya all came under attack over the course of the day. Speaking of send to Dagestan 3 years and forget, you're certainly not forgetting if you sent your kid to Dagestan for 3 years and forget. You need to remember right now, because that place is under a massive attack. Air defenses were active over the course of about several hours as Ukrainian drones came in and continued to hit the Russian port of Kapisk, or Kaspisk actually, which we can see in this clip right here.
Kapisk. Look at this.
Man, honestly, I like that name better than Kaspisk. I mean, it is Kapisk.
Man, looks like they're taking Kapisk. It looks like they're in some trouble. I see the spotlights have been broke out.
Man, it's like World War II out here.
I don't see the fire, but I hear it.
I hear it's like the crackling of popcorn out there. Oh, now we can see a little bit of it. Oh.
Oh, look.
They're really lighting it up.
Oh, wow. Look at that. They got it's like the haunted tracers.
Ooh, spooky! It's the tracers of a dying country. Of course they're gonna look spooky, but we also got to see this clip as well. Opa! And then we got another one of the continuation of the drones. Bleed. Actually, yes, there we go. Actually, we've seen these two. They were just meshed together. Yeah, these are duplicates, actually. And then we got to see this clip here, which ain't no duplicate. Let's take a gander.
Это пули?
Oh,
damn.
Oh!
Это пули?
Oh, wow.
Oh, damn.
Каспийск.
That's a spray and pray for sure right there. They're firing everywhere.
БПЛА походу.
Dang, dude! Oh my
Не уходите из
god!
домов.
I don't hear it hitting anything.
Not yet either. I haven't heard it myself.
Пули походу. Какие пули?
I haven't seen them shoot anything down yet, though, either, so,
Я не знаю, какие-то красные точки выходят из неба.
Good lord!
Что за шляпа?
Man, I'll tell you what. Dang, that's crazy as hell. The Dagestanis, what is it? Is that how you say it? The Dagestanis? Is that how you say the people
Yes.
of Dagestan?
Yes.
So the Dagestanis are apparently good at hand-to-hand combat. Like obviously there's quite a few in the UFC and also other combat sports like that. But apparently they can't aim worth a damn. It looks like they don't know how to use a flat cannon to shoot down anything coming into their skies. So they can't quite brawl. They can't like wrestle the drone, but they're trying to learn how to fire.
Man, honestly, I think you're right. So remember, folks, if you want to send your kid to Dagestan 3 years and forget, if you ever think they're going to come back with any sort of marksmanship skills, you just forget about that. Maybe they'd be able to give you a nice like punch to the jaw, but there is going to be no accuracy whatsoever in their fire. Meanwhile, over in Grozny in Chechnya, we were able to see that an FSB building was hit by Ukrainian drones today. Sounds like hell out there, and it's about to become hell.
Oh, man, the birds. Oh, man, the birds knew that was coming.
Man, the birds have this premonition. They're like, something bad is happening, man. It's like, get out of here. Also, we got to see that one Ukrainian was taking a leisure stroll over the city today in his recreational light sport aircraft that just happens to have a 500-pound bomb inside of it. He was going to Dagestan for 3 years to forget. I have a feeling they didn't forget. But anyways, moving us on out of Chechnya and Dagestan, it's now time for us to get on over into Latvia. There is an ongoing possible incursion around Rezekne once more, as the National Militia of Latvia has stated. Possible threat in Latvia's airspace. The National Armed Forces report there's a possible threat in Latvia's airspace in the Rezekne and Ludza municipalities. The National Armed Forces, together with NATO allies, continuously monitor the airspace to ensure the ability to respond immediately to potential threats. The National Armed Forces have strengthened air defense capabilities on the eastern border by deploying additional units. As long as Russia's aggression in Ukraine continues, a recurrence of such incidents where a foreign unmanned aerial vehicle enters or approaches Latvia's airspace is possible. For attention of the residents, seek shelter indoors, close windows and doors. Follow the two-wall principle. If you spot a low-flying, suspicious, or dangerous object, do not approach it and call 112. If you see Sergei Lavrov on the broom, make sure to call 112. We will inform you when the threat has ended. And right now, a lot of people are wondering what this is. What is it? This is the second time this has happened over the course of a couple of days. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it?
Okay, so Latvia suffered another drone incursion from Russian territory just hours ago. So what do you think is happening? And it looks like 71%. Excuse me, goodness me.
Bless you.
Thank you. 71% said Russia's sending drones into NATO. 14% said Ukrainian drones are going rogue, and that's what it is. 6% said I'm 50-50 on the question. And I would say at this point, it is almost certainly Russian drones. And it has to be at this point, because if it was a one-off, I might have said it was maybe Ukrainian drones. We have heard some Latvian officials claim that it could have been Ukrainian drones, but this is indicating it's Russian. And the Latvians are not wanting to acknowledge that, it appears like. They're trying to pretty much gloss this over for the most part, probably because they don't want an escalation, I would imagine. So they're letting the drones fly in, they're not shooting them down, and they're letting them crash in their territory, kind of like we've seen in Romania, which is another NATO country as well. So I'm with the 70%. It's Russia, and this is a big step, but it's not getting headlines, though, because Latvia won't officially acknowledge the fact that it's Russian. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with the 70%. I believe it's Russian drones entering NATO. This is now the second time in just, I believe, 2 or 3 days that we've seen this, and it is a pretty concerning sort of a development. Much like in Romania, however, they're not taking this seriously, and they're not reporting it for what it is, and because of that, no one's really responding to it, which is very unfortunate and very aggravating, to say the least. But hopefully we'll see that eventually there will be a response to all of these acts of aggression at some point in the future. But moving us on from that, folks, it's now time for us to get on into the front lines in Ukraine. And before we do have to show you all this really sick IRGC air defense system.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. I like that little short chassis on the truck right there. That's the type of truck right there you want to go mudding.
Man, this thing honestly looks like a slam. Let me see if I can pull one of those things up. The slam, let's see, air defense. Let me see. Let me go get this. The slam ram. Yeah. Oh, these things are so cool. I honestly think these things are really neat, but they're not around a lot. But that's a slam ram right there. It's just a Humvee with a cradle on the back that carries AIM 120s.
Oh, yeah, that's the way I like it right there. Putting missiles where they don't belong. That's what I like to see.
Man, it's sick. Like, it's so cool. Oh, that's War Thunder. Look at it. Oh man, that's just neat. Honestly, that's so cool. You get AMRAAM capabilities on a Humvee. Imagine the possibilities. But
This is like America delivered.
man, it's sublime, really. But I do have to admit, folks, that Iris-T is looking really nice right now. Really cool. I really like the Iris-T one. And honestly, man, the length of the chassis on this thing, kind of like a Unimog, really.
Yeah, it kind of is with that short wheelbase, but I don't think it is though. It looks like it could be like an Iveco or something like that. Maybe. I'm not sure though. I can't see the front of the truck. Is there another picture or angle of it?
Sadly, no. This is the only one we have. I think it might be a man. You know, like an MAN.
It could be. It's one of those European truck brands like that because it has that cab like design on it right there. So yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, but a really neat little system altogether, and a rare glimpse at it, too, in Ukraine. We also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, and holy moly, another Bobcat, bleed!
Just one Bobcat, I'll take it.
And, of course, we will always take every Bobcat, even if it is just one Bobcat. But according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, the report is as follows. 334 vehicles destroyed is the third highest daily loss. 91 artillery systems is the 10th highest. 5 anti-aircraft is the highest in 2 months and ranks as 5th. And 8 ground robotic complexes is the third highest. New category not shown, unfortunately. But over the past 24 hours, the Russian Federation has taken 1,130 wounded and killed, along with 17 APCs, 334 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 91 artillery pieces, that's very nice, 1,817 drones, 2 MLRSs, 5 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 1 Bulbakit skid steer. All in all, a pretty good day, and of course, a beautiful and wonderful thing to see. Moving us on out of the casualty report, it's now time for us to get to the little bit of frontline news that we got for the day. Up there near to the area of Konstantinivka, the 93rd Mechanized Brigade was using its drones to strike and destroy Russian forces. A little bit of a frenzy, if I do say so myself. Targeting main battle tanks.
Look at them go. Look at them go.
Whoa, look at that boiler. Whoa. Honestly, most Russian tanks are boilers these days. You know, they get pretty hot on the inside, like a Dutch oven. We also get to see up there on the northern flank of Berkrovsk that the 8th Special Forces Regiment, 1st Detachment, did conduct an assault today on some Russian positions within the area and was able to clear out the area of the Occupante. Boy, we see them doing their work here quite impressively. Moving on into the little nest that the Russians have made for themselves in the tree line and clearing it out with grenades and rifle fire being directed into the dugouts. We see them tossing grenades to each other via sharing is caring and continuing to lay down heavy explosives inside of those little dugouts. There goes another. And just popping some rounds in there as well to make sure that the grenade is joined by a couple of pellets of lead.
They're meeting quotas. Oh, that guy was tripped and almost broke his ankle. Like you saw the dude, he almost like tripped and fell over that log.
Crazily enough, a lot of people always think that tripping is kind of goofy. We've seen so many people trip in the war in Ukraine. It's about as common as just walking, really.
Yeah, and you gotta watch out. Let's see here. Does Ukraine have snakes? Yeah, there are snakes in Ukraine. They got the common viper, the steppe viper, Nikolsky's viper. While venomous, they're generally not aggressive, rarely fatal to adults. They only bite in self-defense. But yeah, they are out there, so they could trip and fall on a snake.
Man, well, actually, man, when the Russians are wandering around in Ukraine, they go into their little dugout. They're like, it looks like this one hasn't been occupied, but it looks pretty good. And then they hear someone go, Slava Ukrainian. And they go, huh? And then, like, a snake comes out from the side of the wall and, like, bites him. I mean, it's a Ukrainian snake, bleed. But moving us on down to the town of Pokrovsk after that corny joke that didn't have a laugh track to accompany it, which made it feel quite awkward.
I'm not a laugh track.
Hey, man. I'm a laugh track for you, buddy. I'm always there for you. Rep 214, rep the set. But anyways, we also get to see the Ukrainians. Well, I was just trying to do something to move on, but we can see the buggy getting hit, along with a Lotta carrying a Tradle. Oh, bleed.
A Tradle? Oh,
yes.
Rampage. Oh, oh.
Man, what a clip. They got him, though. They got him for sure. moving us on from that clip and on into Pokrovsk, we also got to see the 152nd Separate Jaeger Brigade also using its drones to target and destroy Russian forces in the broader area of Pokrovsk.
I think this building right here is in perfect shape. I don't see any rust anywhere on the building.
Man, you know, honestly, I don't either. It looks pretty nice. Honestly, it looks like an average building in Detroit.
It's a rustic build, a fixer-upper.
No low ballers. I know what I got.
Man, the Russians just set up these little, like, bullhorns everywhere, whatever these are.
Man, little signal relays. Obsolete. Oh, they kind of missed that one, but I guess it counts. Maybe. I don't know. But anyways, moving us on out of that clip around the Pokrovsk area, we also got to see that down near the southern front, the 23rd was also taking down Russian drones. Every single one of them's got to have their absolutely baller intros and outros. We see him blowing it up right there and getting another bleed. Bam! And a third one bleed. And bam. And that's the end of that clip. But nice to see. Moving us on from that and on into the other clip that we got from the Zaporizhzhia front, we also got to see the 46th Air Mobile Brigade destroying Russian forces around the Novopavlivka direction. Albeit. Opa.
Oh. Man, this reminds me, you know those little ant farms and stuff that, you know, the kids, they like put the little dirt in it and stuff like that. They put the ants in it. And then there's always like atrocities that occur on the ant farm. It kind of reminds me of that, the way they're setting their trenches up.
Man, honestly, man, Ukraine's kind of like that kid that comes by the ant farm and shakes the whole thing up and kind of buries the ants. Like they kind of do that to the Russians about every day of the week. But moving us on out of the front lines, it's now time for us to make it to Kyiv to cover the speech by the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1536 of the war. And so, without further ado... Here is the speech. He went out today for outdoor activities, and he is making the speech in the middle of the woods. So here is the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні наші воїни, бойові бригади, 31-ша, 67-ма механізовані, 20-й армійський корпус. Хочу вам подякувати, воїни. Зараз, 8 травня, коли більшість світу згадує та вшановує пам'ять воїнів Другої світової війни, тих, хто розбив нацистів, треба відчувати, що сьогоднішні російські нацисти, вони продовжують свою війну та все ще намагаються повернути ті самі божевільні порядки, які програли у Другій світовій. Наш захист проти російського вторгнення – це захист не тільки однієї України, це не тільки захист нашої незалежності. Росія погрожує майже всім своїм сусідам, всій Європі, а не комусь одному. Саме в таких лісах, на таких землях, як ці, на Дніпровщині, на сході нашої країни, на Донбасі, Харківщині, Сумщині, також на Чернігівщині, попередні покоління українців билися проти окупанта у Другій світовій. Зараз тут наші українські герої захищають життя народу, право народу на життя. Захищають від цього російського окупанта, який так схожий на того з 20-го століття. Ми обов'язково захистимо життя України, захистимо нашу незалежність, без сумнівів. Сьогодні тут у нас багато роботи з бригадами. Я вдячний за чесність в оцінках. Ми розуміємо, що треба більше НРК, більші характеристики НРК. Ми будемо старатися ще додати фінансування. Зокрема, щоб бригади могли доопрацьовувати свої розробки і щоб прямо тут, на місці, під конкретні завдання, оперативно робилося все необхідне. Я дякую кожному воїну та всім нашим командирам, які справді креативні у розробках і креативні в своїх рішеннях. Все, що допомагає захищати життя наших воїнів, знищувати окупанта, все буде підтримуватись. Ми зафіксували наявні дефіцити в постачанні. Я приведу ставку по тому, що сьогодні ми обговорили. Ми детально говорили про логістику всіх типів. Це забезпечення наших позицій, а також такі речі, як ремонт доріг на всій території поруч з фронтом. Дніпровщині, зокрема, треба над цим попрацювати більше. Якість доріг – це швидкість порятунку поранених воїнів передусім. Важливі речі також були щодо захисту Нікополя та Марганця. Дуже важка загроза дронів. Окрема увага Донеччині, ключовим напрямкам оборони в регіоні. Я дякую всім, хто б'ється заради України, усім, хто захищає державу і пам'ятає про побратимів, допомагає і дбає. Ще кілька речей. Багато зараз нових погроз від Росії, хоча ми дали цілком логічну та зрозумілу для них позицію. Ми будемо діяти абсолютно дзеркально. Сьогодні вони почали добу з обстрілів на фронті. Була штурмова активність, застосовуються дрони. Вчора вони завдавали ще більше повітряних ударів. Були наші дзеркальні відповіді. А завтрашній день залежить від того, що ми почуємо сьогодні. Також вже була доповідь Умєрова після зустрічі в Америці з представниками президента Сполучених Штатів, з Віткофом і Кушнером. Було змістовно. Ми розраховуємо, що допоможе посилити наші позиції, гуманітарні питання. Треба їх вирішувати, треба звільняти людей з полону. Це дуже важливо. Дуже сподіваємось, що все вийде. Слава Україні!
Slava.
And with that, this is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine here on day 1536 of the news from around the world. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I've got to say, folks, that it's been an absolute blast to be able to cover the news for all of y'all once again tonight. We've had a peak viewership here tonight of about 16,000 people and a total viewership over the course of 2 hours and 20 minutes of 100,000 people. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to watch this channel and consider it to be your primary source of news, because we love to know that we are, for many of y'all, your primary source of news. I hope that once again tonight we've been able to make sure that our factuality and news reporting is as up-to-date and accurate as it can be, and hopefully the analysis has been of sound quality and logical construction. And so with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on into all those questions, and we'll be able to talk about anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare. And so, Matthew, please take it away. What do we've got?
All right. So with that, folks, just now time for the final question segment of the night. And it's time to get to our super chats, our live chats, and our Morse code decoders of the night. But in the meantime, though, we're waiting to see. Oh, what was that? Excuse me?
I was just going, hey!
I the only thing I heard on my end was, yep. I was like, what was that? I was like, hopefully it's okay over there. I was about to say, pour some vodka out in honor of the May 9th Victory Day parade right here. Who knows what's going to happen? When is that going to happen? Do we have a time translation of when that's going to start in our time zone, like for this May 9th parade? Because they're on obviously a completely different time zone. It's Russia, obviously. So that's kind of like a blatant statement there. But do we know what the time, what's going to happen?
It's going to start at 10 a.m. in Moscow time, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be about like 3 hours after we go off of air, if the stream is like 3.5 hours to 4 hours long. So it's going to be a little while after our show.
So right now it's 7:21 a.m. in Moscow, which means right now they are probably drinking extra heavy because it's only a couple of hours before the parade starts. So they're probably crapping bricks. Right now, probably crapping bricks. They're calling the janitors in for an early shift today. They have a cleanup on aisle 1. But anyways, moving on from that, we're going to be keeping an eye out and see if we can hear anything about this. But maybe not on the stream tonight, but almost definitely tomorrow, we'll definitely know something. But this one here goes to Wisdom07, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Wisdom, for that $50 support. They said, hypothetically, if Ukraine were in the same position the U.S. is in right now, would its drone warfare capabilities be enough to clear the strait?
In a way it could, but they would still have a fairly difficult sort of a position, because dealing with blockades, or generally the laying of minefields, is something that you kind of have to beat preemptively before they happen. And that's kind of the issue that we have right now, is that poor war planning and poor strategy has kind of led us into a very tough to recover from sort of a situation that we're in right now. So, now to be honest with you, if the even with the Ukrainians having their drone capabilities, if they were in the position we were in right now, it'd be a pretty tough one. And that's why I put a lot of emphasis, folks, on making sure that the war plan was as good as it could be, as sound as it could be, and to factor everything in before the war started, instead of acting like all that could be addressed later. In real life, folks, most people get one chance and you can't make mistakes. And at the level that we're dealing with right now as a global superpower fighting a major war that pertains to the very survival of our nation and also the continued prosperity of our sphere of influence, you can't make mistakes. And that mistake that was made at the beginning of the war, in the failure in dealing with that and factoring that into the war plan, has made it to where that was going to be a very difficult sort of a situation to recover from, really. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. Really great question, by the way. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to none other than Pretzel's Garage. And thank you very much, Pretzel, for that 50 as well. And he said, good evening, enforcers. Regarding the trains and logistics, North Platte, Nebraska's Iron Spike Tower rail facility puts the Iranians' rail infrastructure to shame. LTLSA, and thanks for another great night of news. And we actually stopped here when we were moving out here to Salt Lake City from Alabama. We actually stopped here on the way with a moving truck here, actually. We never got a chance to go to the spot, sadly, because we were literally going nonstop for almost a week trying to drive out here with all of our stuff. So we didn't get to see it, but we were literally right there. We were like literally a mile away from it, I think. But unfortunately, what say you?
Matthew, I've had enough of it. I'm just kidding, by the way. I gotta try and make a segue. I gotta shut down the Discord, man, because you were coming through so badly right now. You're literally like Robo Matt. So I'm gonna boot you from the call and then bring you back really quickly because it's getting rough. So give me just a second, folks, and let me see if I can fix this. I gotta bring up the task manager and try and shut this down and restart Discord. It is tough, folks. I mean, legitimately, truth be told, tonight. The stupid whatever's going on, I don't know what it is. It's a stupid tech issue or something like that. It's plaguing all of our connections and everything else. Can you hear me, Matthew? Am I coming through good?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. You make sure you stay up on your vitamins and minerals and keep your servers running well.
Dude, you literally sounded like this before we went off air. Okay, and now we got another piece of it. Like, I was like, oh my god. I was like, dude, this is terrible.
Man, I'll tell you what, that worm was going, yeah. I'll tell you what, that worm was taking over. It was the spirit of the worm. He was coming back.
Man, I'm telling you, man, like, for real. And some people are saying that he sounded fine. Not on my end. Let me see if it came through.
Vitamins and minerals.
Oh, we've already passed that apparently on the stream, sadly.
I've never heard myself do that. That sounds crazy. That sounds so crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it didn't sound bad. I mean, it sounded fine to me. But beyond that, though, I do have to say, North Platte puts that yard in Mary in Turkmenistan to shame. And I don't really feel. I feel like if we looked around the rest of the country, like Ashgabat, probably the biggest rail yard they have in that city is probably nothing as well. Do they have a rail yard in Ashgabat? Do they not? Well, where is it?
Yeah. I mean, the Iranians get railroaded every day, so they got to have some somewhere.
Nah, that's actually a pretty good one. They don't have a rail yard in their capital city from... Oh, wait a minute. They have one, but it's like non-existent. Yeah, it's basically non-existent. Oh, wait a minute, no. We actually found one. That's the biggest rail yard in Ashgabat. This, by the way, folks, in the United States would be considered a minuscule or backwater sort of a rail yard, basically non-existent in size and capacity. Like, I think we have one of those in Salt Lake City, and it's not even considered a rail yard. Like, let me show you all this. I think it's down here somewhere near to the tracks line in this area. Yeah, right here. That's about the same size as what they have as the largest rail yard in the capital of Turkmenistan. The biggest yard I think we have in Salt Lake City is Roper Yard right here. This is huge, actually. This thing is actually pretty significant and handles a decent amount of cargo volume. But I think the biggest one in the world is actually North Platte, Nebraska. And then there was a really big one down, actually there was a load of big ones down in Birmingham, actually. Birmingham is a rail hub, interestingly enough, for the Southeast. So there was a Norfolk Southern Yard. This was my favorite. This was Norris. And then they had Boyles Yard up here. This was CSX. And then up here, they have, I think it's called the Bailey Yard, which is for BNSF. And I mean, all of those are way bigger than the biggest rail yard in Turkmenistan by far. And so the Iranians will never be able to handle any amount of feasible rail traffic because it takes a lot of infrastructure like that to be able to actually run high volume freight train cargo runs on a single main line. You can't just wake up one day and decide, I'm going to use this backwater railway route that has no infrastructure as a main line. You literally can't do that. You've got to build out all the infrastructure for it first. So the Iranians are fibbing hard with that one of, oh, we're just using trains. It's like hell you are. It's like, and also on what? Turkmenistan rails? Like those things are probably hardly even upkept. Like if I was really thinking about it. I mean, I don't know if they have a street view down there. Maybe they do. No, they don't because it's Turkmenistan. Let me go up to Uzbekistan. And let me find a rail line here because it passes through here, I believe. Let's see here. Let me just pull up a picture here. Let's see. Turkmenistan railroads. And let's pull up an image of this because I'm very... Yeah, like hell they're using that to get to China. Like, that's literally like peak decay. That's awful.
Yeah, they're using that to get to China, all right. Look at that. You gotta roll out on the rust bucket,
bro. They're gonna roll out on tracks that aren't even ballasted. Like these are literally sinking into the soil.
Yeah, I don't think they're using this junk.
Yeah, dude, you run like maybe like 10 extras on the schedule over this a day. That rail is getting buried under the ground in about a month, maybe. Like that's not usable. This is not usable. Like the Iranians are a lot like the Iranians are full of shit.
So wait a minute. So when the Iranians were saying, "Oh, we have like a supreme tier level train system," they were talking about this garbage.
This is Turkmens. I don't know about Iranians. Let me pull up Iranian railroads and let's see if we can get some pictures of that.
I'll see that real quick right here. I'm trying to see. Is it the same garbage that they got there?
Look at that!
Oh my goodness. Where's their cargo? Is this cargo?
This is a passenger train. But do they not even ballast anything out here in like Central Asia? Like everything's just literally they just put the rail ties and the rails on just like hard soil and they just hope, I guess, that it works. Like I can't believe that. Hold up, oh, dude, they're good lord. Yeah,
Jeez. Man, let's see, like punch in Iranian cargo train or like something. Let's see what that looks like. I'm trying to see. Oh, no, bro, that's garbage. That's garbage.
That's it. Like, it's over. They're cooked. They're cooked, man. Like, there's no hope. Brother, brother, what's that, brother? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think their train system's getting much work done on it. I don't think.
Oh my god, they ballasted this one, but I bet you it was just for the propaganda pictures because none of the other pictures from Iran do they have ballasted rail. And the thing that I'm making like a big emphasis on the ballast part of the rail is because a railroad is only part rail and part cross tie, which is what the train actually rides on. A lot of it is the surface on which the railroad's built on. And all railroads in America have ballasting because ballasting fixes the rails in place and also creates a very steady road bed that allows for a much smoother track surface, which allows for higher speeds, less inefficiencies, less wobbling, and a smaller chance of derailment. The fact that Iran has no ballasting in most of their country tells me there's no way they can move anything over their rail network long-term in large volumes because their rails are so questionable. Like, in how they've been constructed, they just can't handle anything. That's just a fact of the matter. I mean, and also, they're using, like, last century, like, Alcos. Like, Alco went out of business in the late 1960s, and that is an Alco. I can tell you all that.
Oh man, they were using Tomcats. They're using Tomcats from a different era, like for their planes for the military. So I don't think they have the best and nicest stuff. I think they've got, second rate, like low rate, like only the lowest rate. They call them third rate, a rag. That's what they call them, a rag. As you see here, it's a train system that could see better days. Oh, look at this! This is a beauty. Look at that. They got a fresh paint job. As you can tell, it's got that faded green. That's a new color. They're called faded green. God. They have a code on the side. It says ATF or something on the side. Sounds like gun control. Sounds like something nasty. But yeah, it's a train. Look at that, man. He's proud of it too.
Oh, we gotta do a little rabbit hole real quick on Iran's railways, because I think we've done this maybe very briefly before, but wow. They only have 2 main lines in their country that are double-tracked. One from Qom to Mashhad, and then another one from Bafq, which I've never heard of before, to Bandar Abbas. Everything else is single-tracked in their whole country. Pitiful. Pitiful. There's more double-tracked mainline in Texas than this. Like, that's just sad. Like, this is legitimately pitiful looking. So, what in the world do they have for, let's see here. I need to see, what type of rolling stock do they have? Rail transportation in Iran? Do they give us the rolling stock that they use nowadays? Because I feel like it's mostly vintage, like really bad garbage. Let's see. Oh, no, they don't have no high-speed rail. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, like, that's going to go high-speed on that
This
track.
right here is what's called hyperbole. It's called something of a little bit of an exaggeration. That's what they say. It's also known as a lie, if you want to call it that. A brand new word called a lie. You got to be something familiar with that. It's like a little bit crazy the way you just lie. It's a beautiful thing, depending on who you are. But as you can see, though, it's looks like Iran's having a train run on it, and it's they need to learn how to do that better because it's looking ugly. It's ugly, so ugly.
Oh, here we go, everyone. We finally got the manufacturers and the types that they use, and we can already see that by the time that these things are introduced, we're probably in for something. And EMD, this is, oh my god. Oh!
This looks like it could belong in a scrapyard. They said, sir, send it to the scrappers, sir. Let them rip it up. Let them tear it up. That's a nasty looking thing.
Oh my
Look,
God.
they put a brand new coat of paint on that. That's what landlords like to do to make things look new, to charge the rent higher. That's what they do. They put a little paint job on it. That's what they do.
Oh my god, they're still using U-30s. This stuff, folks, was retired in America in, like, the early 70s. Like, that's how old the stuff is that it had been in service by, like, 20 years or so by the 70s. I can't believe this stuff. This is... Wait a minute, they got C-30s, though. That's weird. I'm not gonna lie, Iran's railways are whack. Like, I don't really know how in the world to make heads or tails of this, but... Wait a minute. Oh, wait, this is former. I was about to be like, they have steam engines? Like, I was going to be like, what the hell? But this is some pretty rough stuff, folks. Like, that's bad.
Yikes. They could probably run a steam engine, sir. They said Iran's full of hot air, sir. They could probably run a steam engine with that. They could probably get free energy, long-lasting, no-limit energy from all that hot air and bullshit. But as you can see, though, this train here is quite ugly. They said, sir, put this thing down. Get it off the tracks. Get it off the tracks. Send it to the yard, sir. To the yard. That's what they say. You know, it's a yard. It's something with grass.
You see, everybody, we did this very smart thing back in the 1940s. We came up with this thing called the road switcher, which is the idea that the engine part of the train is very narrow and the control cab is really wide, so that way the driver can look forwards and backwards. So what Iran said is, we would like to fill out a special contract where the front and forward-facing window looks straight at a giant air filter and it blocks about 60% of the field of view. That will really work. That'll work. Make sure to slap that one on.
Man, honestly though, they're like that. I mean, Iran's not getting ahead with those. Like, they're not getting out of the hood with this one. They're staying trapped in the hood with this train system.
Also, if they were trying to deal with higher rail volumes, they'd have to make the trains longer. And if the trains are this old, and I'd have to assume that they're worn out worse than some things out there. It's considering that they're worn out to hell and they're like 60 years old each, and they hardly have any tractive effort. How are they supposed to be able to pull long trains? Like, they can't. It's just not possible for these designs.
Yeah, I think they're spreading propaganda. I think that's the end of the story with that.
Yeah, I think it is. But that was one hell of a rabbit hole right there, folks. And the Iranian railroads and the railroads of Central Asia are truly horrendous. I mean, that's like horror-inducing, really, how bad that is. But anyways, a big thanks to you for supporting this channel to keep on running Pretzel's Garage, and I hope that does answer your question incredibly well. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you for enjoying another great night of news. And also, Richard Minier. Wait a minute, hold up. Rail gauges. Richard Minier just said they have different rail gauges. Oh no! Oh no! They do!
Oh, it is different? I thought they were the
No!
same. Like
Oh my
somebody
god!
asked me that earlier in the chat, and I thought it was the same, but actually it is different.
Oh my god! Would you believe it? So this also makes it even worse because that means that they have to change gauges. And what that means in short, folks, is that you would have to drive the train up to the border at Iran with Turkmenistan, and then you had to pull up all of your rail cars on your track. They'd have to pull up all of their empty rail cars on their track, and you would have to transload everything. Every boxcar from Iran has to be unloaded and then reloaded into a Turkmen car, and all of the oil and everything else has to do the same thing. So then that also adds such a huge hurdle that it becomes completely economically infeasible to do that because it's adding so much time to the process, and it's also costing so much to have people handle all of that and transload it into another rail car of a different gauge, which is broad gauge, not standard gauge. So yeah, that throws that whole thing out the window. I didn't even think of that until now. Big thanks to Richard Manieren for saying that. You're the one who just called my attention on that. They don't even have the same railroad gauges, so there's no such thing as just driving a train in Turkmenistan. They literally can't because the gauges aren't compatible.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
A tragedy. Oh, but anyway, so that we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Salt, who puts in a $40 support. And thank you very much, Salt, for that very generous support as well. They said, take one from the chat, please, and LSA.
And big thanks to you for support, Salt K. We will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and what do we got?
So this one goes to America. Very original name right there, by the way. I like that. They said, do you guys have any thoughts on the whole cruise ship thing? Yeah, I think you're referring to that outbreak that happened on that cruise ship. It sounds to me like they sent everybody back to every corner of the globe off that ship, including some people back here to the United States. So I would say probably. I mean, the U.S. government's saying not to worry about it, but they also said that about the last little bug that was going around too. They literally said the exact same thing then about that one, and then we know what that turned into. It turned into a horror film. So the WHO is saying it's okay as well, but they also said about the last bug also as well. So me personally, I'm a little bit concerned about it. It seems like it's spreading person to person. So I'm hoping we're not having a repeat of that last bug that came around, because that was a nightmare to say the least. And that was a once in a generation thing. So we can't have like two of them happen this close together. That would be like lightning striking the same place twice. That's bad luck to the extreme. But unfortunately, what say you?
I'd have to say I'm a little concerned about it. Because I was kind of concerned about that whole COVID thing before it became a big deal. Like legitimately, like I remember when the news started to come out of China that they were shutting down ports. I remember telling someone in school, because I was a senior at that time in high school, I said, that doesn't sound like that's a small deal. That sounds like a pretty big deal if they're willing to do something like that. And Matthew, you know the teacher I'm about to reference. It's that one that had the gray hair that, was a little bit too smart for their own good.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
She chastised me, folks, because we were the bell had rung and we were switching classes, and I was just sitting down in her class, and I was telling someone, I was like, I think that's a pretty big deal that they just shut down the port of Shanghai. I think this COVID thing's about to become an international pandemic. And the teacher, what are you freaking kidding me? You're just some like white dude or something. You wouldn't know, blah blah blah. It's no big deal. And I was like, okay, I was like, I don't really take a lot of your word for anything, because it's like, you might be a teacher, but you're dumb as bricks. So then it became an international pandemic, and then everything got shut down. And this one, I don't know yet, because, there's always a new viral outbreak here and there. Like bird flu wasn't always a thing that you could get as a human, and now recently that started to become a thing. But I would say I'm a little bit up on the fence. We kind of need to see where it's going to go, because we start seeing rapid viral outbreaks like we did with COVID, then this could certainly become a very concerning sort of a deal. Right now, we don't really know how quickly this transmits from person to person, or how easily transmittable it is as an aerosol. We don't really know. I don't think we know that well yet.
Well, this one's scary for a couple of different reasons, and this is based on what I've heard so far. So take it as you will. I'm obviously not a doctor, so take that at face value. But it sounds like this current bug that's making the rounds, which is basically what I'm calling the rat virus to a large degree. And also, by the way, I would hate to get taken out by the rat virus. Can you imagine that on an obituary? Hey, Matt went down. Matt went down with the rat virus.
Man,
I would rather have
he
anything.
rested with the rat pack. Oh man, like
I'd rather have anything. I'd rather have anything other than going down with the rat virus. But apparently, it has a fatality rate of roughly 35% to 50%. So obviously, that's not good, to say the least. That's quite horrific, actually. And also, apparently, has an 8-week incubation period, which means you're not symptomatic for 8 weeks, which is about 2 months. So I mean, that's horrible. I mean, that means you can be asymptomatic for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden you come down with it. You might have been spreading it the whole time. It sounds like a horror bug to me. Hopefully, it doesn't start actually becoming a problem. They're saying it's not going to spread as easy. They're saying it's not that easily spread like the last one. So I'm hoping they're right.
I feel like about right now it would probably be a good thing for the United States to be a member of the World Health Organization and also give some more funding to the CDC here in the United States. That way, they could keep an eye on that and do all the research. But, luckily, folks, thanks to the government inefficiency stuff that was being looked into last year, we removed ourselves from the World Health Organization because we were giving them a couple of million every year to do research, and we also generally cut the funding to the CDC. So luckily, we know that they know everything they can because we don't have any research going on because of a lack of funding. Kind of like the whole forestry service thing, how we just axed all of their long-term research because we cut the funding to it and sent them all out here to Salt Lake and shut down all their regional offices. So I would say, folks, I don't know if it's going to be that big of a deal. I'm kind of waiting to see how it goes because everybody's still kind of got that COVID fear in them because we all remember what that was like, having to be in quarantine and all that for basically a whole year because of that whole pandemic. So I think a lot of people are concerned about that, and hearing about this new hantavirus thing is kind of getting people remembering how COVID went. It might not go that way because remember, folks, I mean, there's been a load of viral scares over the years. There's been Ebola, there was SARS, there was a lot of them, and most of them didn't really turn into anything. For the most part, most of them were easily contained or they didn't really spread too far, but they were really scary sounding because obviously it's new and, it sounds like it's turning into something. So I would say, it's something to keep an eye on. I'm hoping that it turns into nothing, but you never know until we start to see if this becomes rapidly spread or not. If it becomes rapidly spread, then we have a problem. If it isn't rapidly spread, then it should be fine, and hopefully we won't have to worry too much more about it.
Yeah, right now I'm just hoping it doesn't turn anything serious. But I heard that Britain apparently has 2 people there that have been detected with it. Apparently, so apparently it can spread person to person, but hopefully it doesn't spread fast.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't. I mean, maybe it won't. Is hantavirus a common thing here in America? Let's see, hantavirus, USA. Maybe there's a different form of hantavirus that's common. Let's see here. Hantavirus.
It's not supposed to spread person to person, though. It's supposed to just be with the rats.
Let's see. So here's the CDC on hantavirus right here. Let's see. Hantavirus family virus is called serious illness and death. Let's see. It's spread mainly by rodents. The Andes virus is the only type of hantavirus that is known to spread person to person. This spread is usually limited to people who have close contact with the ill person. So this one, apparently, according to that description, isn't easily spread. And this was put out in 2024. So back then, we already knew the Andes virus of the hantavirus family was transmittable from person to person. So apparently this has been known for some time, and it's just that this cruise had a pretty big outbreak of it. And let's see, cause serious disease in people worldwide. People get hantavirus, especially when exposed to urine, dropping saliva, spread through bite or scratch by rodent, but this is rare. Symptoms are very bad, by the way. Like, it's a pretty rough one if you get it. But generally from what they're saying, though, it looks like this has been around for a little bit. Not like extremely common, but the Andes variant of the virus could be spread from person to person, and we haven't seen anything bad come out of it yet for 2 years since this was published by the CDC. So maybe it won't turn into anything, I'd hope.
Yeah, I hope not. Also, by the way, I scrolled down to the treatment and recovery section. It says there is no treatment for hantavirus infection.
Oh.
It says patients should receive supportive care, including rest, hydration, and treatment of symptoms. So that's not reassuring. So hopefully it doesn't spread. It sounds like it could be a really bastard. Like this really could be a bastard to start spreading. So hopefully it doesn't. But yeah, we're relying on the people who have been exposed to it to use common sense. I just saw an article a minute ago claiming that one of the guys that got off the cruise ship apparently went straight to a wedding after he got off the cruise ship. So I mean, hopefully the idiots don't like go spread the thing around. It's like go home and sit at home for a while or something. It's like don't go like to a public event. Like I think that's a huge part of this is making sure people don't do stupid stuff like that. So hopefully there's people using sense.
I don't know what it is, folks, with the people who always get like new illnesses. They're always like, oh boy, let me go join that 1,000 person Season of Love festival in California and spread around like every single type of my bodily fluids that I can as quickly as I can while I'm sick. It's like, why in the world are all the people who always get infected with something always like that? Like, have y'all ever noticed that? Like, it's always like someone who's just like, wow, I just got sick with this new disease. Let me go and share my love with the world. It's like, why are they like that? Why can't they stay home?
I don't know, man. I was seeing some people were getting crazy about the whole thing. I saw some people, suggesting not to let the ship come and dock to anywhere and just let them stay out at sea permanently. It's like people were going crazy about not letting that ship come by. Some people were talking about they should just go by and like take the ship out. It's like, bro, it's like you can't. It's like that's crazy talk. You can't do stuff like that. People were getting crazy about that ship not coming to their port. But ultimately, though, they sent everybody back home. From the sounds of it, everybody just went back to every corner of the world and went back to their home country.
Oh man, yeah. Like hearing about that, like I bet you someone else that we haven't heard about yet that's got it. It's like, hey honey, I've decided that it's time for me to go down to let's see here, a Morgan Wallen concert and hang out with 100,000 people and make out with every single one of them. I'm actually going to hang a sign around my neck that says free kisses here. And I'm going to share my bodily fluids with literally everybody I can in the next 5 hours. Like it's probably going to be something like that.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get spread around rapidly because apparently some of these people have no sense as usual. But then of course, folks, right now it's like kind of like universal concern about this. But before long, folks, I'll tell y'all how this will turn into. It'll turn into a political thing. I can promise y'all money because I remember how COVID went back in the day, like right when it started. It was early spring that year of 2020, and the current party that was in charge at the time was actually the current party, and they started to say, hey, maybe we should cancel like public events, like big public ones to slow the spread. And I remember there was this huge thing that happened back then, and it was about these parades. I think they were in Chinatown in New York, and they were trying to say that the party that was in charge was racist and whatnot because they were just trying to use this as an excuse to cancel their parades. And then when the other party came in charge, the whole story flipped, and now the party that was from the left was the enemies of God and whatnot, and trying to shut down the churches for the hell of it because they're trying to destroy their groups and their beliefs and all that. Literally using the same arguments as the other side did when the other group was in charge. That's how the cesspit goes. Hopefully that doesn't end up happening this time, but it will again.
I don't want it back. That COVID robbed years of my life. So we'll never get those back at this point. So hopefully this one doesn't steal like the 30s or something like that. Because just a fun fact here. I graduated from high school in 2019, so it hadn't hit yet. Right after I got out of high school, it hit. Andrew didn't have a graduation because of it. Also, pretty much my entire college, I was remote for college because of the whole virus going around. For most of the college, I was remote because I finished college pretty quick, faster than most people. So I didn't really have a normal college experience because of it. And he didn't have a normal graduation either because of it. So that robbed a lot of life experience from a lot of people our age to a large degree. And some people are blaming that for, some of the generation being antisocial, possibly. But I think there's other things involved with that, like phones and stuff. But, we don't need another once in 100 years situation happening this close like that. That would suck.
Yeah, it's something. I actually didn't get to round out my senior year of high school at all. Actually, my senior year of high school ended in, if I'm not mistaken, it was like early February, and then we never went back to school, and they just said, y'all are all graduating because we really don't know what to do, because we can't bring y'all back, and online courses just weren't a thing yet, really, like to do every day. So we're like, you know what, we're just going to average out your grades, fill in that last half quarter in the other quarter that you had left, and y'all are all graduating. And so I graduated from high school only having gone for about 3/4 of the senior year of school and then just graduated like everyone else did. And then right after that, because there's no rest for the weary, I was told that I had to immediately go into college. So I started college literally like 2 months later after COVID shut down the high school. I literally went straight into college and then knocked that out as quickly as I could, and then went to law school and all that. You all know the story from there. But a little bit of an interesting sort of a whole deal that it really kind of crazy to think about, because those 2 years flew by. Like, it felt like literally no time passed at all before it was 2022.
Yeah, it feels like from the time I was 20 years old to 25 years old now, in this year in 2026, it feels like those years are just a blur because of that COVID. It feels like it was just like a massive blur. Like it feels like my life stopped at the end of high school. Like, when it comes to remembering like my actual like day-to-day life. Ever since then, it's been like I can't really remember my day-to-day life ever since then. It's just like it all blurs together, and you really can't develop a solid memory from it. I'm not sure if there's like a psychological reason behind that. I saw some, psychologists saying that maybe it's like a mass psychosis, because a lot of people report that happening to them too. And maybe it's possibly like mass trauma that people are having. They can't form normal memories until they recover from it. I'm not really sure what the case is, but it's really a strange phenomenon after that. So to go through it again, I think most people would be like, hell no, we don't want to go through that.
Yeah, it would be terrible. And I remember, folks, like I completely missed out on the whole college thing as well. Like, ever going in person to college. I only went to in person to college in like the last 2 semesters, I think. The rest of it I just did online because there's literally no way to go in person. Which honestly was really a tragedy, because I never really got to actually get out and just kind of like be in college like everyone else did until basically the end of it. And that was kind of annoying, really. But it is what it is. I got through college. That's really all that mattered. I got the degree, and then just moved on into law school and doing it. Actually, we started doing this while we were still. Well, while I was still in college, I actually started doing this. I was in UAB, I think, in the latter end of my sophomore year of college, and I started to do this. And then when the war in Ukraine started, I think that was the beginning of my junior year, and Matthew was also beginning his junior year as well. And then we started running this thing full time, and we did that all the way through the rest of college, and then through the little bit of law school that we went to, and then we started doing this full time. Kind of crazy to think how the time has passed since then, because it's really weird to imagine that at some point when I started running this channel, I was actually juggling college and also this simultaneously, which is really hard to imagine.
Yeah, people, it's really weird. People aren't just meant to handle like events like that, like where life gets turned on its head like that. Like, we've never, as a society, at least in our generation or any generation that's recent whatsoever in the United States, nobody's ever experienced anything where it turns everything upside down, like where nothing is certain. And that COVID did it. Like, it did it. Like, nothing was certain. Like, you weren't sure if you could even leave the house. Like, that was the crazy thing about it. Then you couldn't go into stores without wearing a mask. And then there was a whole like constant fights breaking out about people with the mask and stuff like that. Then there was the whole, medical debate, which we can't even get into still to this day on YouTube because they don't like us talking about that. So it's just really wild. Like, people are not made to handle that. I think a lot of people don't understand how wacko that really was. If you really think about it, the country was locked down to where you couldn't leave your house for, what was it, a month? Like, when the thing first broke out? Well, how long was it?
It was a pretty long time. It was like I think it was a couple of months, actually.
Yeah, I remember. I was paranoid to leave the house because I thought the police were going to pull me over and possibly arrest me. Because you remember there was a time in Alabama where they were like, "Stay at home, don't get out unless it's necessary," and the police were pulling people over for like getting out against the quarantine. Like that's unbelievable. Like, that even happened in America. That's crazy that happened, and it happened all over the world.
Yeah, it was really weird. And then also, you had to wear a mask. And that was a whole, like, I don't even know why that was a whole thing for some people, that you had to wear a mask. It's like, obviously you should, and like some people be like, oh, well, it's only effective for this and that. It's like, look, could you just, wear the mask? Like, it's not that hard to do.
That's because it got political.
Yeah.
I mean, even if the thing didn't really work, it's like at least it was like trying to do something. Like even if it didn't work or not, but it turned political. It started turning into a thing. If you wore a mask, you were of a certain political party. It was like stupidity gone wild. It's like I'm not a scientist. I don't know if the mask truly works or not. But it's like if they think it might work, at least just try it for the hell of it. And if we later find out, well, that doesn't really work that well, then just give it up. But
Yeah,
it's like it's not that big of a deal to start going into. This is my manhood. It's like it's not about that. It's like they're just trying to find a way to stop the damn thing. That's it.
And then what's also ridiculous about that, folks, is that some people are going to be like, well, it was an infringement of my rights. Do y'all know that back in 1918, when the Spanish flu outbreak happened, the very same sorts of restrictions were in place, wear a mask, don't, like be all up on people in their personal space in the public, don't gather in large crowds. You literally find pictures from 1918. There's a famous one, I believe, from New York, or some major city here on the East Coast, of a tram driver literally stopping his tram and lecturing a guy because he wasn't wearing a mask. And he was like, what the hell's wrong with you? Are you wanting everyone to get sick and die? Why can't you just wear a mask? And then that became a whole big deal because it was political and all. And then there was a whole other deal that came with that later about the vaccinations and all that stuff. Everyone knows that one. That one's still going on. But really,
It's just
something else.
people. On one hand, I understand it. People do not like being told what to do, and on certain things, I'll say medically, like I am not a believer in like forcing people. Like we can't start like strapping people down to like medical beds and saying you will do this or else. It's like we can't start doing that. That's crossing a line. It's like that's starting to get into like crazy territory at that point. But it would be nice though if people as a whole like generally understood we have to cooperate when something like that comes around, but we can't start infringing on other people's rights either just because there's a crisis happening. We can't start doing that. So it's just it all comes back to just common sense. Like just do things that are reasonable and don't go overboard. And also for the other people on the other side, it's like just use common sense. It's like that's basically what it comes down to.
Also, I saw some people say, well, did the mask work? I don't think y'all are getting the concept of the mask. The mask isn't supposed to stop you from getting it. It's supposed to slow down the spread of the infection. That's what it was for. And a lot of people keep misunderstanding that because people keep acting like because something is said, it has to be an active defense, like it completely stops it. Like a damn crucifix or something like that. That's not how masks work. It was supposed to be the idea that the medical industry was being overloaded with the amount of inpatients that were coming in, that if it continued to spread unmitigated because people were hanging out in large crowds, not even slowing the infection rate, the medical industry was going to be overwhelmed to the point that they wouldn't be able to take care of everyone who's getting sick. So the idea is that you wear the mask so that way it would slow down the infection rate, so that way they might be able to handle the rate of people who are getting sick and require hospitalization. That was the reason behind it. It wasn't to stop you from getting sick entirely. And I think a lot of people misunderstand that kind of stuff, is that it's a passive defense, not an active one. But, apparently that might fall on deaf ears for some. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Give Up Now, he puts in the 50. And thank you very much for the support as well, by the way. And they said, if you believe in facts, the hantavirus is primarily transmitted to humans through contact with infected wild rodents, like mice, rats, voles, and shrews.
I don't know where they came up with one on a ship. Like, when you think about that, it's like, where in the world did the rat feces come on a ship? Like, I know that there's, like, stowaway animals and stuff on there, but I just kind of find it a little bit odd that somehow, somewhere on that ship, they all got it if everything was remaining sanitary like it should be. That's a little bit of an interesting thing to me. But I do have to say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to talk about such interesting things. And I thank you for sharing that, because the CDC also said that as well. But big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Real quick, I see people going on about this. The crazy thing that nobody ever really mentioned whatsoever is robberies. Like, I started seeing, like, where we were from and stuff like that. When you put a mask on, that's what robbers wear before they go into a store to go rob it or something like that. They'll put a mask on. Some people are using that as an excuse to put a mask on and go into a place unsuspecting that they were trying to rob the joint. And they'd go in there and rob it wearing the mask. And they wouldn't be suspicious because everybody else was wearing a mask. So they just go in there and rob the place place and they would leave the whole joint with all the stuff they stole. Nobody would ever suspect they were a robber because everybody else was wearing a mask. It was kind of weird with that. Some people were definitely taking advantage in certain locations about that kind of stuff. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Anti-Rump. And thank you very much for that $20 support, by the way. We appreciate it, Rump. And thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping the show to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, this thing wouldn't be possible and we wouldn't be able to roll it tonight. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader, and thank you very much for that support as well. And they said, I like our anthem, but it would be nicer if it was similar to SPQR's anthem. LSA is stronger with succulent chicken.
And I thank you so much for the support, Music Uploader. I wouldn't really know how to make it closer to the SPQR anthem, and I also hate to say it, I don't think the Roman Empire had an anthem because I don't really think there was a concept of anthems back then yet. I believe that the first anthem, any modern anthem in the world, was actually God Save the Queen or King in the UK. And it wasn't even really an anthem. It was more so just a song that someone came up with to greet the royal family when they arrived to an event in the middle of the early 1730s. And then people were like, wow, this is like a really neat kind of like a song. We ought to like sing this at every state function. And then they did. And then that became the anthem of the UK. And I think that was the first official one in the world in the modern day. I think it was the first one, I think, in recorded history, if I'm not mistaken. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address it well. And a big thanks to you for the Costco Chicken Fund and the support, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jason C, and thank you, Jason, for that support. He said on the Iran the Latest podcast, the former Royal Navy Rear Admiral said that he's certain that Iran isn't laying mines. He was in charge of the task force that broke the last attempted IRGC shutdown in 2019. And whoever said that is blatantly wrong, by the way, whoever the hell said that. There's evidence that they're laying the mines. I mean, even the United States acknowledged the fact they laid the mines. I mean, CENTCOM said that and had it on their poster yesterday at the press briefing. So whoever is saying that's just simply, making that up for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I'd have to say, unfortunately, that sounds to be misinformed by the person who claimed that, because everybody is on the same page at this point that there are mines. And generally that would seem to be disproving that claim from that person. I mean, the Iranians claim that they laid mines in the Strait. The U.S. says they laid mines in the Strait. Everybody in the Middle East says they laid mines in the Strait. We avoid the area where we believe the mines are. I mean, everything points to there must be a minefield, and there is a minefield, because everybody involved from all ends are saying that there is one. So unfortunately, I think that person may be misinformed. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Old Warrior Fella, and thank you as well for that support, Old Warrior. He said hantavirus was found here in New Mexico more than 30 years ago. We have a few cases every year, but all are vectored through deer, mouse, urine tracts. Mortality is about 38%, though. And I would imagine that might be true. There's a lot of like horrible, like deadly viruses and stuff like that are circulating, but they don't spread though, because usually they're like somewhat rare. They're not very easily spread. There was MRSA or MRSA that was making the rounds in hospitals a while back, but they've generally contained that to a large degree. I'm not even sure how that one spreads. I'm not sure if it's airborne or what it is, but they contain stuff like that for the most part. So there's some bad ones on the loose, but they don't get around very quick. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to agree with that. And also on top of that, generally, as long as you don't have any autoimmune deficiencies, or you're not like incredibly young or incredibly old, usually most viruses and diseases generally don't have that much of an effect on most people. Most people just have them as a minor cold for the most part and kind of shrug them off. I don't know about that one though, like hantavirus. I don't know if that's the same in that sort of a category, because I mean, I had COVID confirmed twice. And the first time it was very bad. Second time it was more like the flu, really. And also another interesting thing a lot of people don't know about COVID or viruses in general is that they evolve quite rapidly. And usually once a very lethal iteration of a disease comes around, like COVID or the Spanish flu, over a couple of generations of the virus, it actually evolves to be a lot less lethal, because a virus's end goal, much like any living creature's end goal, the viruses aren't living, is to try and survive as long as possible. And if they kill their host by being too potent and too lethal, they don't survive that long. So The lethal strains of the virus actually get weeded out eventually because they kill their host and they're not able to really replicate that well any longer. And it's the milder versions that survive. Because people these days get the Spanish flu all of the time, but it's so mild, it's basically like any other common flu. And a lot of people get COVID, the COVID-19 specifically, all the time these days, but it's been so mellowed out because of its evolutions that it's a very mild version of COVID-19 these days. Because I remember the first time I had it, it was bad. The second time I had it, it was still rough, but it wasn't as bad as the first time. Nowhere even close,
Oh man.
really.
Yeah, I remember the first time I got it, I felt like I was dying, like I was in tough shape. Like that actually took me down. Like that's one of the very few things I've ever had in my life that actually took me down and out for a large part. The headaches was so bad. Like I remember the headache from that was awful. I felt like my brain was going to explode from that whole thing. I didn't really have much of the respiratory symptoms. It was like really like psychological like symptoms or like brain like symptoms. Like the headache was the main thing from it. Also the brain fog too from it. That was a big deal. It was mainly affecting me with the brain. Luckily, it didn't stick around. I'm sure some people that probably want to hate on the channel will probably be like, "He still got the symptom." But I think it left. I think, but if it stayed, I wouldn't know anyway. But I'd be messed up.
Yeah, I mean, well, most of these like viruses they mellow out. And also, man, that was something that was so funny is that they'd be like, "Hey, everyone, like, there's a new version. It's like COVID-19D or something like that." And they'd be like, "This one's actually a lot more mild, and if you get it, these are milder symptoms." Oh, they must be in the biolabs changing the chemistry. It's like, do these people just not know about like just facts about viruses in general? It's like, how the hell can like everything be a government conspiracy? It's like, this stuff just happens. Like, also another thing that's crazy to me is that people act like viral epidemics never happened in history until COVID. It's like, do these people not know of like the bubonic plague and then also the Spanish flu and every other plague that happened in between the bubonic plague and the Spanish flu? It's like,
Man.
like a lot of people don't know this, folks, but back in early American history, there was a epidemic of some sort happening nationwide like every 2 to 3 years. It was a very common thing. And
You remember back in the day when they had the plague, they used to have those dudes showing up in drip, like go
Bro,
treat you. Remember the
dripped
plague
out.
doctor, man? Pull him up. Pull up a picture of him, by the way. He's got the bird hat and everything on and everything, the cape. Let's get a load of this guy.
Oh,
Let's see
dripped
here.
out.
There they are. Look at them. They're showing up dripped out. Look at them. They said, we're going to show up and treat him. We're going to put him in a bird mask.
Man,
Like, wasn't that spread by like rats and birds and stuff like that? It's like, I don't want a bird showing up to treat me. That's what spread it in the first place.
man, they would show up, man, iced out, man, gold chains, gold rings and stuff showing up like this with their cane. They walk in and then you go, "Oh, it's a doctor. Can you help me?" "No, but you definitely got it. You gonna die." And then they tip that hat and just get up and walk back out. Man, like truly amazing.
Man, I'll tell you what, you're going to show up and peck them to death if they weren't going to make it. You're going to show up and peck them.
But
I tell you,
you want to know an interesting fact about this? This mask wasn't even around for the original Black Plague or the bubonic plague that killed off, I think it was like a third of Europe or 2/3 of Europe back in the 1400s. This was actually designed about 200 years or 250 years later in the 1700s in Italy, because it was still going around, and I think there was a viral outbreak of it in Venice, or one of the northern Italian cities, and a doctor up there actually designed this 250 years in the future because there were still plague epidemics going around in Europe even 250 years after the first one.
yeah, there's actually a filter in the beak.
Yeah, and they would put herbs and stuff in there because they believed that back then, folks, they had this idea. I believe it's what is it called? It's the smell concept of bad smells bring germs, good smells don't. I forgot what the name of that is, but
Man, that sounds like some of that brainworm science.
yeah, it is basically because they also believed in balancing the four humors, which all that stuff is bogus. But back then they believed that it's a miasma. You're right, BBF. That is correct. It's a miasma. They had the miasma theory back then, which was the idea that bad smelling air created illnesses and good smelling air didn't. So what they would do, the whole point of the bird beak thing on this mask, is that they would go get a whole bunch of wonderful smelling herbs and flowers and whatnot, and they just stuff them in the beak. And they thought that was basically like a filter for the larger part, and they could just breathe in and out through the beak and through the herbs inside of it, and that would keep them from getting getting sick. Obviously, it didn't. A lot of these plague doctors would end up dying. I think their mortality rate was something like 50 or 60%, so it didn't work at all. I mean, they literally got sick and died at the rate of the people they were trying to treat. But that was the concept back then. Science has evolved a lot since then, and modern medicine has led a lot of people in the modern day to believe that viral epidemics literally just never exist, and if they never happen, and if they do, there's got to be some sort of a grand conspiracy behind it. The reality of it is, folks, is that they do just happen. And also on top of that, with how things are changing these days, like rising temperatures globally in some areas, it's allowing for these viruses to evolve in ways that actually allow for them to be transmitted.
Yeah, the Black Plague wasn't a virus; it was a bacteria. It spread with the fleas getting on rodents and small animals like that. So it spread around. So it wasn't a virus; it was a bacteria. Back then, I think bacterias. I mean, back then they didn't have like penicillin and antibiotics, so it was really hard to fight off bacteria. So with the antibiotics, most of those bacterial style infections they got a hold of people. Those got killed off for the most part because of the antibiotics. But with viruses, though, antibiotics don't work on viruses. So that's a big problem. So we still have a huge gap there for that.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is that antibiotics are actually becoming less and less effective, and they're believing at the current rate right now, in about 30 years, most antibiotics are going to be obsolete because most of the bacteria that they are used to fight against or destroy will have evolved to the point they're largely immune to it.
Well, that's what MRSA is. It's resistant to certain antibiotics. So that's what makes it so bad and so notorious, is because there's a lot of antibiotics that can't even take care of that variant of bacteria.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Honestly, man, it's kind of concerning when you think about stuff like that. And also another thing is that if y'all haven't heard, this is why things like hantavirus popped up in the last 30 years, and a lot of new diseases and viruses are popping up, is because the world's becoming a little bit warmer in a lot of the more habitated places like we live, definitely not in the poles. And because of that, these viruses and bacteria are beginning to evolve at a faster rate, because the ones that are weaker are dying off, and the ones that are more lethal are the ones who are somehow surviving. And so that means that that's why we're starting to see a lot of these risks of new viral outbreaks and whatnot, is because these versions are evolving because of the changes in ambient temperature, which is a bit of a concerning thing. And that's also something that's becoming a bit of a scare, is that antibiotics are going to be becoming obsolete, meaning that most things are going to be immune. And then on top of that, also, the viruses are evolving to be a lot more potent and also easier to spread. So a little bit concerning, honestly. And apparently talking about viral theory is a political thing. Someone said, most damn shit. Bro. Honestly, though, I get a kick out of that. Like, just talking about science for some people and just random stuff can somehow be political. It's a real hoot. But anyway, but anyways, with that,
I don't want to waste any time on it. I don't want to waste any time on it. It's people getting killed by crocs in the outback. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one. This one goes to St. Joe City, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, St. Joe, for that support. He said, it's always a pleasure to hear y'all streams and war updates and make the days at work faster and not as boring. I hope you are doing good and not too tired. LSA.
And a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep them running. And I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying our streams and also listening to him while you work. And a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $16 support from OK State. And thank you as well, my good sir. He said, you guys always make me laugh. And last night, Matt unintentionally made his funniest comment when the porch pirate showed up and said, someone's checking out my package. And LOL was like, this is highly sus. I've honestly, here's the thing. There's not a lot of violent crime out here in Utah, but the one thing that is still a problem is property crime. There is a stealing problem out here. That's a thing. Not a whole bunch of violent crime, although there was just a shooting up the road, apparently, about 30 minutes to an hour ago. But we'll overlook that for a minute. That might have been road rage. But there is a lot of property crime, like a little bit of shoplifting, a little bit of package stealing and stuff like that. I've had a package stolen off my porch twice already. So, that is a problem out here. But thankfully, though, I'm not having to fight for my life every time I get out, unlike Alabama. I feel like I was fighting for my life getting out there sometimes, depending on where I went. So it's not a problem here, but theft is still an issue. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, luckily we don't have to deal with what we had to deal with in Alabama, because every time we would get out to drive, there would be road rage somewhere, somehow. But outside of that, I would also have to say, I have to say it was quite a funny thing to hear, because porch piracy is something that I personally haven't had to worry about all too much. I actually had a package one time here at my house that I never got the email that it was delivered, and it literally stayed out all day and overnight. And then I opened up my door. I was like, oh, look, it's right there. I was like, wow, it made it. And I didn't even get an email, and nobody stole it. So I was like, oh, that's nice. But over at Matthew's place, I think that people are in the mood for porch piracy. But thanks to you so much for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, everybody's saying check flight radar. Is there something going on? Like, just do a quick look at it and see if there's something happening. Like, let's see here. Indonesia.
Let me go to the Middle East and just put the military filter on. I'm sure there's probably nothing. But maybe there's something. C5 Galaxy, Omani Air Force, Saudi Air Force, and American Air Force. Nothing particularly interesting going on here. It's just normal.
Yeah, I don't see anything happening. I don't see anything happening on my end either. So, I think it's a false alarm. But anyways, though, jumping into our next super chat, this one is going to go to none other than Robert Krogan, and thank you very much, Robert, for that $10 support. He said, "Good evening, enforcers and LSA, and take one from the chat if you please."
And a good evening to you, and we hope that you've been enjoying it here, Robert. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. What do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Half-Life King, who said, "Hello there, folks. I love the show." And thank you, by the way. He said, "My question is, why doesn't the U.S. military launch 100 of the MQ-9 Reapers with Hellfire missiles and take out anything attacking the Strait of Hormuz?"
Generally, I don't think they would have the basing facilities to support 100 of them or operate 100 of them over there at the moment at a time. So I think that might be the limiting factor at the moment. But a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring our live chat, Robert, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from James Margolis, and thank you very much, James, for that 10 as well. He said, "A tip for taking charge on the intro, Enforcer Matt." Oh, thank you, by the way. I just headlined the thing tonight. I just took over. We're taking over out here. That's what we're doing. But thank you, though, for that, by the way. I need to go back and listen to it, though, as apparently there was like a weird, like awkward silence because he was muted when he was starting his segment. So I bet that sounds very hilarious if I go back and listen to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I'm just getting bullied over here. but beyond that, I'd have to say, honestly, that was incredibly unfortunate. I try and weed out as many of the technical issues that I can on my end. Apparently, I thought I clicked the unmute button, and I never did. But big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, what's his business? Everybody's talking about Matt needs a wife. What brought this up, by the way? But anyways, I feel like I'm being called out here.
But our next one security here, system or something like everyone's like, wow, he has a problem with porch piracy. Get a wife.
Man, if a package goes missing, what's she gonna do? Go out there and go take care of it? I'm dang. Like we're talking about a wife here that can do it all. Apparently, go out there and be security and everything all at once. Oh, geez, man, I need one of those. But jumping into our next super chat here, we also have one from none other than Eastside Barbell, who put in a 10. And thank you for that support as well, by the way. It said, what type of bombs could they drop on those flea boats in the Strait of Hormuz?
AGM-114 Hellfires. A couple of 100,000 a pop. Very effective. Easily deal with them. Send out dozens of these. Very easy thing. That's what they should hit him with. And that's what we've been hitting him with so far. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from John Rager. And thank you, John, for that support. He said, "You're the only news I watch. And keep up the good work. And thanks for taking time to keep everyone informed."
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And thank you so much for enjoying the work that we do to keep people informed, because we are always honored, and it is always our pleasure. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, let's see here. Bigfoot said, "Matt, you are still way too young to get married." Out here in Utah, like, people get married like crazy early. Like, apparently out here in the Mormon culture, apparently getting married early, like at 20 years old, is apparently normal out here. So there's a lot of married couples out here, like a hell of a lot, like way more than I ever saw in Alabama by a long shot. Most people that I went to school with, they're still not married even right now. So Me personally, I'm not in any rush these days and stuff. I'm not in any huge rush, to be honest. I don't really know what the normal age to get married is anymore. It's kind of a weird thing. And also, a lot of our peers are living at home with their parents, so it's kind of hard to get married when you're, living at home with your parents, unless you're like George Costanza or something like that.
These pretzels
Gary, I'm trying.
making me thirsty.
You know how George Costanza was like living at home with his parents, and he would like go up to like the women and stuff like that at the little diner or whatever, and be like trying to like schmooze the women. And stuff like
I love
that.
the one where he did everything
with
opposite. Yeah, that one. Yeah, do it.
Yeah. I live at home with my parents. I have no job. Will you marry me? And it actually worked. Like he did it the opposite.
Man, he said, you know what? My whole life, I've done everything wrong. I'm going to do it opposite. And then Jerry said, oh, what about that lady over there? She kind of looked at you. And then he said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And then he went up over there and he said, hi, I'm George. I'm jobless and I live by my parents. And she said, I'm Marcy. Hi. And dude, that was hilarious. Rodney turned around like you just cracked the code. Dude, honestly, Seinfeld was hilarious. I love Seinfeld. Seinfeld's a great show.
Yeah, I would say so. But seriously speaking though, like these days, like, I think most people want to get married, but these days it's a lot different than it used to be because, there's a huge financial factor that kind of runs into it as well. Like, for example, for most young people that are our age that are still living at home with their parents, it's very hard, obviously, to go get married because you're living at home with your parents. Obviously, it's a little bit different with that whole thing right there. You're not living on your own. Also, getting married these days, it's not like it used to be. Everybody's got to work. Like the wife and the husband's going to have to work. Like it's not like it used to be back in the day where some women were like stay-at-home wives and stuff like that. It's like it's completely different. And if you have kids, they're going to probably be in daycare is the downside of all that stuff right there. So and also it's extremely expensive. I mean, just to take care of a kid these days, if you want to have kids, that's a very expensive proposition these days. It's not like it used to be. Now it's a financial decision to have kids. It's not just a matter of do you want them or not. Now it's can I afford kids on top of trying to support myself with these prices out here going sky high every single day. So it's a different equation, I would say. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Miss Paula Thomas, who puts in a 10. They said in reference to fast attack boats, with this level of incompetence, is it any wonder that us Europeans aren't taking part?
No, not really. I kind of get why. And also on top of that, for a bunch of additional reasons, kind of like how the Middle East barred us from using bases and their airspace to conduct actions against Iran. Europe is kind of getting close to that at this point as well. And when every single one of your allies is getting tired enough of the annex that they're all kind of giving us the boot in their own way, the problem isn't our allies. The problem is how we're handling foreign policy at that point. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Max Shubai. And thank you very much for that $10 support. He said, have LAU-131 rocket pod equipped F-16s been used yet on the Iranian fast attack boats? And if not, wouldn't they do the job?
Let me check really quickly. Well, they could. I haven't heard of them being used. They've only used Hellfires yet from what we've heard publicly. They could do the job, but generally we try and conduct standoff operations first, and the Hellfires are our best bet at that right now. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And when I say standoff, I don't mean standoff as in like hundreds of miles away. In this kind of a situation, it's just out of visual range, which for the boats is only a couple of miles away, and then you're out of visual range. Might be hard to do that with a rocket pod like that and have the shots land accurately, if I'm not mistaken, but with a Hellfire, because it's guided, very easy to do. You just lock the target on the targeting computer for the Apache, and it wires it on into the target. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can. Big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now, and thank you very much for the support once again, by the way. They said, BNSF and Santa Fe had beautiful livery colors in the Glacier Park area, and tipped the hat to Santa Fe Railroad guy.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, yeah, the Santa Fe and the Burlington Northern, in my opinion, had great paint jobs. And up there in that kind of like Glacier Park area, let me see if I can pull up, let's see, Railfan photos, Glacier Park. Because the pictures from up there are amazing looking. Let me see if I can get a couple here to show, like maybe one or two. Not that many, because we are always pressed for time. Oh, can't use that one. They scraped the logos off the side of that, too. That's odd. Damn. Like, BNSF pictures galore. Oh, here we go. Here's one of them. Pretty cool looking. I like that part of America up there in the Pacific Northwest kind of a region, kind of getting that way like Glacier Park and stuff. That's a very beautiful part of the country, in my opinion. Probably one of the best looking, really. But really cool stuff up there. I love the Great Northern's glacier paint job, like that one. That was really cool looking too. Really blended in well up there in that area that they ran in. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well, because really cool little rail fanning spot up there and very beautiful natural scenery. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Thomas D. Orazio, and thank you, Thomas, as well, for that support. He said, Russia's Victory Day parade should reflect reality, just Lada's ATVs and Bohankas. And does Ukraine have a chance tomorrow to hit something valuable that is left undefended by air defenses?
Yes, they do. They have a lot. Actually, they have the whole country. Like, basically, I don't mean to say that like as like a joke. I mean, like, literally, they have the whole country. Every oil refinery, every military depot, every growl arsenal, every rail yard, every oil loading port, every oil pipe transfer station, every pumping station, every single military facility. Literally anything can be hit. So I mean, quite literally the whole country. So, and honestly, I feel like that should be the Victory Day parade, because they ought to show the real reality of what the Russian army is like these days. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible right now. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, and thank you as well, Game Theory. He said, will Ukraine open citizenship to foreigners post-war?
I'm not sure. They might, but I'm not entirely sure on that one. Unfortunately, I'd had to declare ignorance, actually. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now. He said, Iran trains are painted like NORK subs, rust and primer.
Oh, yeah, they are kind of painted like North Korean subs, like that nasty, hideous green color that they use. Like, really, that's actually dead on, really. That's like the exact same paint. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from actually a 5 from Detroit Adam, and thank you very much, Mr. Adam, for that support. He said, let's go LSA, it's the weekend, and best show on the air, and show that news who's boss. You guys rock in LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Detroit Adam. And I gotta say, it is almost the weekend. It's about to be the weekend here in 30 minutes. It's still Friday here in our time zone. But I gotta thank you so much for the support, and thank you for being a longtime channel legend and an old guard of the LSA. And a huge thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Vectors, who puts in the 5. He said, do you think we'll actually eventually put boots on the ground within the next month and get something into action here?
At this point, I'm a little unsure. The administration is so unreliable in its decision-making and thought process. There's really no way to see a long-term plan that they have of any type, because they have no plan at all. So I don't even know if it would happen in a month. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, apparently a new coronavirus just appeared in Thailand bats that are able to affect humans, apparently. Man, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, man. Listen, folks, our lives just can't be like this like the whole time. Like, 25 once-in-a-lifetime things. I've had a little too much at 25 once-in-a-lifetime things. I'd prefer just to have it normal, but I'm not sure if we're going to get that. We'll have to find out. But moving into our next one, this one goes to Torsten Hawk, who puts in a 5. Thank you, Torsten, for that 5. He said, I became a U.S. citizen last year and thought it was the proudest day of my life, but with this current situation, I'm not sure if I should be embarrassed.
No, be proud to be an American. America's a great country. It's just that sometimes often these days, our leadership doesn't have any brains, but that doesn't mean that you should be ashamed of the country. The country is a great place filled with great people, incredible history, amazing achievements. America's a great place. Be proud to be an American, because, it's your country now like ours, and we're all a part of it, and I'm proud of all of the citizens of our nation, more so than anything else. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 who said it's in Russian, but you can tell that guy was drunk because he used the old Tommy News voice.
Yeah, honestly, he was pretty messed up looking. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Gokar. He said, happy Friday, Enforcers. I haven't been on too many parades in my life, but something tells me that this Russian parade might suck.
Oh, it's going to suck badly. There was actually a couple of parades that we've seen or been to in our lives before, but they were all like small town Alabama parades, so nothing like crazy extravagant. But still, they were pretty neat. You know, nice little time to get out and like just be in a good atmosphere, sort of. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Man, every parade I've ever been in has been a road march in high school for the most part, like a very long road march. I think didn't you go on a few of those?
Yeah, I went on a few of them. Like you know, we singing the goofy songs like the Crack Baby song and all that.
Cadences.
Yeah.
Yeah. we were actually singing the legit army cadences, like the ones that are uncensored. Like we were actually singing those. And the stupid part is we were singing them like I think actually I take it back. We actually stopped singing those before we got to the elementary school, so that way they wouldn't hear the foul cadences and stuff like that. That was actually from the army. But yeah, we were actually I think we sung them near the middle school. Like I think and this was up to the cadre, by the way. So this was not up to me, but they sung them near the middle school, but near the elementary school they stopped. They wouldn't do it there.
I gotta be honest, looking back at that in retrospect, I don't really get the point of like singing the uncensored cadences because it's not like it helped. Literally everybody was still off step. So it's like, what was the point of even singing the cadences? We were just singing them for the hell of it at that point. It's like no one could even march in step. And also on top of that, folks, marching in step is not that tough. I don't know what it is for some people that they can't wrap their head around it, but you just drop your feet to the ground on the beat. Like it is at a specific interval at a specific point in time. It's not that hard to do, but for some reason, for a lot of people, it's like really hard to do. And then for some reason, they forget their left from their right. And so I didn't even get the honestly, folks, I didn't really get the whole point of hate to say it, JROTC. I just didn't really get it. I've heard some people say that it was worth it, but when I hear their story of what it was like versus the story of what ours was like, theirs were usually a way good bit different than ours. Like ours almost felt more like a social club for the kids, and then there was like basically nothing about like
Oh man,
anything else.
Ours was where they dumped all the kids that had behavior issues like that. It was basically like the alternative schools, basically what it was where we were at. So all the trouble kids who was like getting in fights constantly and stuff like that, I was dealing with them 24/7 in there. So they dumped all the alternative kids in there as well. So, I mean, it was nonstop. I mean, the kids were bashing their heads off the wall, like fighting with each other and stuff. I mean, it was like a Thunderdome in there. It was like a Thunderdome in there to a large degree. So, yeah, I mean, it was a lot of stupid stuff happening.
Yeah, you know, and then some people were like, well, you know, like it really taught me a lot. Like it really guided me on the path to be in the military. I'd be honest with y'all, folks, in our JROTC, when we were in high school, it was basically telling everyone you don't want to be in the military. Like it was like that was the lesson of the day at the end of ours. I remember, well, before I found out I had scoliosis because that was the disqualifying factor, and now also it would be high blood pressure as well, which wouldn't be a good one. But before that, when I got in it, in the first few months in ninth grade, I was like, oh wow, it's gonna be like the military. You know, it's like I'm gonna kind of get to know a little bit about it and see if this is for me. And by the time I was in 11th grade, which was the last year I did it because I did not do it my senior year, I was like, this sucks. I do not like it. I want to be out. And I actually did get out. Like at the end of that year, I was like, no, I'm not coming back. I was like, I've had enough. I'm done with this. And I never went back. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Scott Baldwin, who puts into 5. And thank you, Scott, as well. He said, fun fact, in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, capital city, our city council renamed the street of the Russian embassy to Zelensky Way.
Ah, that's a good one. I like that. I ain't really getting to the Russians calling the street they're on Zelensky Way, so they have to call it that. But a big thanks to you for the support. Really good one, by the way. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for the support to help this channel to keep on running. And with that, I also see a lot of people talking about some other things with the JRTC, like some of the people who were in there. I gotta say, folks, like the stereotypes about like the JRTC kids, I hate to say it, they're not that far off from being true. Like they're very close to being accurate on some of them. I remember I was in there and I was like, oh, you know, it's gonna be cool. You know, I want to do good. But I wasn't like one of those people who's like, you're insulting a future Army soldier. Because, like, that's just cringe as hell. It's like, you know, oh my God. Like, there was a kid in there who would do that, and it was so cringe, it would make me turn beet red when I heard it.
Yeah, there was this girl in there that was just wild. Like that was in there. She was trying to go into the Marines. I remember she was always coming around, always yapping, talking about, yeah, I'm going to the Marines. I was like, yeah, that's great. I was like, that's great. I was like, legit. I was like, okay, yeah, it's great for you going into the Marines. But the catch is though, she would come around and she would get way too obsessed with it, and then she started getting in fights with people over it because some people were like would like make fun of her for like wanting to go into the Marines for whatever reason, and she was legit getting in fights with people like left and right, and she was like singing the Marine cadences and stuff like that in the middle of the classroom, and she was getting picked on bad for it, and I've kind of felt bad on one hand, but also she was kind of being obnoxious with it too.
Oh, she was an ass
It was
with
like.
it.
She was also, yeah, she was kind of an asshole too, like kind of a little bit, out there a little bit, but that wasn't uncommon though. Like that was definitely not uncommon.
Oh God, I remember. So I used to play bagpipes a lot, especially back in high school and after high school for a little bit. And I was actually pretty decent with it. And so I was actually playing bagpipes one year for the JROTC deal, the upcoming parade and everything. And I started to play the Marine Corps hymn on the bagpipe, and this absolute nut job almost went to blows with me because I can't play the Marine song because I'm not a Marine. I'm like, are you stupid? You're not a Marine either. It's like you're in high school. You're a junior in high school. What are you not getting about this? And I was like, this is just stupid. And then what's funny, folks?
I remember that, man. I would literally sit around because I could see her getting worked up from like 10 feet away. Like I would see it, like I'd be like, oh, she's getting worked up. And I would literally be like, because I would occasionally be talking to somebody I was friends with or something like that. I'd be like, oh, she's getting worked up. Everybody would come over, literally stand there to like see her get worked up. And she would work herself into a frenzy. Like she would start going berserk. I remember she went really berserk because you have, what did they call the thing? The guide on, the little flag for the specific like unit or something. She was wanting to carry the guide on for the Marines or something. I can't remember what it was. It was some specific
Oh
guide
no,
on
I
she was
remember
wanting to
this
carry.
too. Oh,
Yes,
I'm remembering it
she was
now.
wanting to carry it.
Oh.
She got into a frenzy over that guide on because the cadre didn't let her carry the thing. So
I think she
went
got sent to the
berserko.
army one. She still got one, but it was the
Yeah.
army one, I think.
She went berserko and like put on a whole like horse and pony show over not carrying
Had
that
like a
thing right there.
breakdown.
Yeah, had a legit crying breakdown. Like everybody had to like gather around and be like, "It's okay, it's okay." Like you didn't get to carry that guide on. It's like, oh my God, it's like, man, she's gonna be something else in the Marines. She went into it actually though. She actually went into the Marines. I
And
think she
then
got out
hated it.
already, but
Like,
now she hates the Marines. By the way, she absolutely despises the Marine Corps and says it messed with her mental health. But I won't say anything else rather than that.
Oh,
But
man.
it is what it is.
I remember that. Like, I remember you and me a long time ago. We're like, I wonder how that girl is doing because we brought up like these stories, and we went and found like I think it was like her Instagram account, and it was literally just nothing but posts while she was in the Marines about how much she hates the Marine Corps and she's going to expose them for what they are. And I was like, wow, what a change. Went from loving the Marines so badly she was willing to almost get in a fist fight with me for playing the Marine Corps hymn on the bagpipes. Now she hates the Marines and everything about them. And it's like, wow, it's like, that's crazy. Honestly, folks, I think that right there was hardcore Paris syndrome in real time because, like, this girl basically built her entire life around the Marine Corps and what she imagined it to be. And whatever you imagine something to be, it's never that. So you end up getting your whole reality shattered when you find out that that's not what it really is whatever you made it up to be. So, and also I think there was some other stuff that, but anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one goes to LSA Worm, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, LSA Worm, for that $5 support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Remember the Good Times, who said, Zelensky authorized Moscow parade coordinates, but he didn't mention about the other coordinates. That's next level of trolling by Zelensky.
I'd have to agree. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Laser314, who said, can the marmot spread the hantavirus?
No. No, our marmot, Alan the Marmot can't do that. He's above that. He's beyond that. He's clean. He's healthy. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Yankee Fan, who said, thank you, Yankee Fan, for that support. I don't know what I was yapping about, but he said, I had that COVID 3 times, and I have Crohn's, and I'm immune deficient, and it gave me a sniffle one time and nothing the other 2 times. I would say you definitely got lucky.
Yeah, you got lucky because the first time I had it, I was basically debilitated. I had two pink eyes. Never had a pink eye in my life before that, and I never want to have one again. I don't even I still wonder how in the hell COVID gave pink eye at the start of the whole thing, because that just didn't make any sense to me. I literally couldn't open my eyes. I felt horrific all day. My bones hurt, like literally my bones hurt. Freezing cold or burning hot, like more than the flu or anything. It was insane. And I had like a fever for a while there of like 104 or so. It was insanely high. Like it was to the point that it was getting towards like dangerously high levels for like a week. And then it finally came back down, but it was rough the first time I had it. Second time I had it, it was basically just like a common flu kind of a feel. It was not great, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. But you were really lucky if you didn't feel it for 2 out of the 3 times you had it, because the 2 times I had it, it wasn't exactly a picnic, and one time it was horrific, really. But big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Give Up Now, and thank you very much, Give Up Now, as well, for that, I believe, the third support. And they said LSA ×4.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army ×4 indeed. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Ross, and thank you, Ross, as well, all the way from Australia, by the way. He said, bagpiping, I don't know about this. I don't know about this, but he's talking about bagpiping in the kilt. I think most people will connect the dots. But he said, Enforcer, do you watch Trooping the Colors? My dad loves those marching bands and LSA.
And I thank you so much for the support. And to answer the question, because I already know what that one was inferring, I wear underwear under my kilt. I'm not a savage. Like, I don't go around wearing nothing under there, because I feel like that could qualify easily for public indecency. And I just, like, we live in the 21st century. We're well beyond wearing nothing under a kilt. I have worn a kilt, by the way, folks, like a good bit of times doing the whole bagpiping deal. But outside of that, I have watched Trooping the Color, and I generally do enjoy watching Trooping the Color. I'm really a big fan of most any military parade in the world. Like, I'll even watch May 9th, but not when it's live. I'll watch it afterwards, back when they were good. Nowadays, I just don't watch them because they're lame, and also Russia sucks. But I will watch the PLAs, I'll watch the British, and Trooping the Color is pretty good. And I see some people saying TMI. How's that TMI? That's better than saying I wear nothing
bro,
under
that's
there.
TMI right there, bro. I just wouldn't address that at all. I wouldn't have touched that with a 10-foot pole.
Well, I mean, dude, it's like asking, like, do you wear like underwear with pants? It's like, that's not TMI. It's like, obviously you would. It's like, why wouldn't you with a kilt? It's basically the same thing. It's basically like shorts. Like, you know, so like obviously you would. Who in the hell wouldn't? Like, honestly, folks, I think only a freak would not wear something under a kilt. Like, I don't know who in the world would be in the mindset to do that. But beyond that, though,
Wouldn't wear a kilt at all. Personally, I wouldn't. I'm just not a kilt person.
it's tradition, Matthew. It's tradition. Doesn't matter if you think the tradition is goofy. It's tradition, and that's what makes it feasible or acceptable. But beyond that, though, I would have to say on the other part, yeah, I do love Trooping the Color. And also Sex2 said it's color, not colors. And that is true, because it's the trooping of the regimental color, and there's no other regiment there at the time. So it is just the color, not the colors. So you're actually right with that, Sex2. But it's a great one. I love that. I love Trooping the Color. It's a great thing to watch. They have a great band. I would say that the British bands are some of the best in the world. Truly. And also the household guards are also great as well, all the time. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Shell Angel. And thank you very much, Shell, for that $10 support. I said, thank you for one of the best chats I've had in a long time. And God bless you all. And keep up the great work, Enforcer and Matt.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Shell Angel. And thank you for enjoying our conversations that we have here on the channel. And I got to thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make it possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep making this thing a reality. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig King, and thank you, Craig, as well. He said, best news channel around, and how do you guys know how long someone's been a subscriber?
We generally don't. There is a thing on the YouTube channel that tells us public subscribers and who they are, but it generally just tells us the big ones, unfortunately. And we really have to go looking around to see if, you know, anyone else is subscribed, sadly. Like I can tell you, like, off of our public subscriber list of people that would be fine with us saying that they're subscribed. Real Engineering, if y'all have ever watched that channel, he's a subscriber. He's been a subscriber for 3 years. Dennis Davidov is a subscriber. He's been a subscriber for a good while as well. And a couple of other folks are too, like Matt Morse, and let's see here. Let me see. Anyone else that would be fine with us saying? Not really. I know that they're fine with it because they've been in the chat or they've given us a shout out on their show. I don't want to call out anyone else. But beyond that, sadly, we don't get a full list of everyone, and they don't give us a search bar to look up people. I wish they did, though, because so many people ask, when did I join? And I wish I could give an answer to that for each viewer. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 support from Pretzel's Garage yet again. And thank you, by the way. He said, thank you for the great explanation of my last super chat. I was laughing very hard. By the way, Enforcer, are you buying the new Rapido Trains SD70 Max?
It's Rapido. And honestly, I kind of do. They're pricey, though, but they're pricey for a reason because they're really souped up. But I really have been eyeballing this SD70 Mac right here in the Executive Burlington Northern scheme. XBNSF, well, XBN now patched as BNSF. I've seen one of these before in real life in Birmingham, and I thought it was just super cool. I was like, oh my god, I was like, a Burlington Northern executive unit. That's pretty neat. So I would think about getting one of them, but it's just that model trains these days are very expensive. So I have to really like think it out and like plan it and budget it and see if I can do it. I probably might, but I really have to see. Sadly, I just don't really model Metra or anything else, any of the other types that they have, because they have a pretty decent like run of these that they're coming out with here soon. They've got the Alaska Railroad, wonderful paint scheme, but I just don't model them. They also have, I think, let's see, BNSF, that's a railroad I would model as like a pass-through sort of a service. I don't model CSX actually, or Colorado Pacific. And I think the only other one that they have of any note is Kansas City Southern and Metra, and I just don't do either of those a whole lot either. But I'm definitely thinking about it, but I'm not really sure if I could get one. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, any update on when the oil runs out in the U.S.? A week ago or two, you guys showed a chart.
Right now, from what we're hearing from experts, they're saying that it's probably going to be early to mid-July. So not really that much longer, probably about another 2.5 months maybe, and then we're largely going to be running out. So generally on the timetable we said, which was about 3 months ago, I think the last time we said it, in 2 weeks it passed, and now it's about 2.5 months. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Game Theory, who said, tell us about the background of the Nightbot. And there's nothing to say about the Nightbot. That just hangs around the chat. It does a thing or two here and there, and it just helps out occasionally. It's a helping hand, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, what say you?
So the background of it is that when we created the account, like the username was, and the password was also, I'm just kidding by the way, but Nightbot is just an automated assistant that we've had around for the whole channel's history for the larger part. There really is no backstory behind it, rather than it is a machine that fulfills simple tasks of moderation in the chat. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Edvards, and thank you, Edvards, for that support. He said, LSA wants you, and good morning from Latvia, chat. Oh, he's from Latvia, by the way. He must know about the little incursion there on the border.
And a big hello to Latvia. You know, someone we haven't heard of it from lately, Matthew, is the hoof trimmer of the LSA, Wilderness LSA Latvia.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing up there. I wonder.
Yeah, I hope he's doing well, because we actually haven't heard from him. He's another Latvian viewer. But I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Adverts Jay. And a big hello to you up there in Latvia, and I hope that you can tell Wilderness that we're still all rooting for him here in the LSA, and we hope that the hoof trimming operation is still going well and swimmingly. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $2 support from Seabass, and thank you, Seabass, for that $2 support. And they said USS Iowa.
USS Iowa? Like you, let me go get the Man, that brain rot's really taking a hold on me. But here it is, the Iowa. Hey, we all love the Iowa class battleships. Oh, and then so many people love them so much they want to take this obsolete thing and put it in the modern day. Hey, but beyond that, the USS Iowa is really cool for its time. but its time is sadly past. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Seabass Smith once again. He said they could send the USS Iowa to the coast.
They could, but I would recommend against it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Dalton, who said the Enola Yard was the biggest on the East Coast.
The Enola Yard, huh? Oh, you're talking about shipyards. I was like, the Enola Yard, huh?
Oh, yeah, there was a
what,
plane,
lawn?
too. There was that plane. What wasn't that the one that dropped one of the atomic bombs, the Enola Gay?
Matthew, I'm so stupid, Matthew. It's a rail yard. It's a rail yard. But yeah, the Enola Gay was the one that dropped the bomb, I think, on Hiroshima, I think. And then Boxcar was the one that dropped the nuke on Nagasaki, I believe.
You remember where they had that thing like a short while back where they were like literally trying to censor the name Enola Gay? Like, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was so stupid, man. I've never heard more stupid activities in my life.
Man, the Enola sexual proclivities flew over Hiroshima and dropped an atomic bomb on the city. Like, it's like, honestly, man, like that, like, I gotta say, folks, like the political, ideological stuff on all ends these days goes so far it becomes a parody of itself and basically a joke. But also really interesting here. I actually didn't know Enola Yard was the largest one on the East Coast. Really neat. It's right on the Susquehanna. And I guess that would make a lot of sense because they're very tight for space in this sort of an area because it goes right through the Alleghenies, I believe, up here. And so that would make a lot of sense to have a rail yard at the beginning of it. But a big thanks to you for support and sharing that and it's in Harrisburg. Harrisburg. Is Harrisburg a nice place? I've heard mixed things about it.
Oh, Harrisburg where?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
I don't know about Pennsylvania personally. I just know there's a chocolate factory around here somewhere. Looks like Willy Wonka's town.
I don't know about that. I just know there's a chocolate factory around here. Man, it's like, bro, you like put so much emphasis on chocolate. I was like, damn. But I mean, honestly, it looks like what I would think a Pennsylvanian like city would look like. It's got like that 1890s kind of 1920s architectural style through it because that's when these cities like boomed and grew out, and then they basically kind of been like living in the shell that they made for themselves a century ago. Pretty neat. It's just that I wish that it was like it was better upkept, because if it was better upkept it would look so much neater. But sadly, you know, sometimes because the buildings are so old and also incomes may not be as much as they were back then, they don't keep up some of the buildings as well, which is always a shame because Pennsylvania is a cool place. It's got a lot of history. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And they got an intermodal. Yeah, we will save that for later. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
But you know, after we looked at that plague doctor mask, guess what popped up in the Twitter feed? You know that meme of that dude wearing the plague doctor mask. He's doing all that crazy walk where he's like doing the
like
step with the pimp cane and stuff
like
that. Yeah, it just came up. It literally just came up right now. I don't think we can show this on the air, sadly, but it's hilarious though. I think most people know what meme I'm talking about.
Oh,
but anyways, though, moving. Huh?
Bro, I think we can play it. I think we can play it like not.
I don't think we can play. I mean, play like 2 seconds, and definitely not the music. Like 2 seconds only. 2 seconds.
No.
Oh.
There we go.
There. Stop it right there.
Man.
That's enough. Look at him. Big stepper.
Man, I heard like the single G from Gangsta's Paradise, and I saw the cease and desist swirling over my head. I was like, oh! I was like, ow! I don't know why in the hell it always auto unmutes whenever I try and press play. It does that every time, and I mute it beforehand too. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Chickadee, who said, watch Medcram's video of hantavirus.
I'll have to take a look at it. I'll have to take a look. There's a lot of very intelligent people on YouTube, and they make very good documentaries. I've never heard of that channel myself, but I'll have to take a look into it. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Par Baked Potato, and thank you very much for that support, by the way. He said, Matt, I thought you'd bring out the alien stuff. I saw that, by the way. They released the whole trove of alien files. I'm just gonna be straight up, people. That is like the most obvious distraction I've ever seen in my life. Like, I mean, this is not the time for alien talk. And also, by the way, if they're gonna release something, don't release a whole dump of files. It's gonna take people ages to go through, which is the whole point, by the way, to distract people for months on researching through those files. How about we just bring out the alien? If there is aliens, bring them out. Let's have a press conference with it or something. Let's just get to the point. Bring out Zuckerberg, let him sing. But thank you very much, Part Baby Potato, for that support. We also have a two from Game Theory, who said, "Why did you not join the railroad, Andrew?"
Why did I not join the railroad? Why didn't the railroad join me? Well, I didn't join the railroad because before I could ever try and find a career, I got this one. So, like, that's kind of the answer. I went from being a waiter at a restaurant in college to doing this in about as little time as that. So I really didn't have a lot of time to go around and look at a job. And honestly, I got to be honest, I think it's better for me to just enjoy railroading from afar as a interest and a hobby of mine than it is to actually be in it, because I do know some people who actually are working on the railroads, and they tell me that it ain't really the greatest and peachiest of jobs, which it isn't. So, really cool sort of a job, but, much like everything, the dream that you make in your mind of what it would be versus what it actually is a very different thing. And I think I have a lot more fun just watching it from afar and being interested from a couple of steps away than being directly involved in it. And also, I love this job enough that I would be perfectly fine with never working for a railroad and just talking about them from time to time. Maybe someday one of those Class 1 railroads will invite me to make a documentary on how they do things as like a side thing for the Patreon or something. Who knows? But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a two from David Ford, and thank you, David, for that support. He said, "I was so gung-ho in the Marines, I annoyed my squad."
I know, like, there are two types of people that I've ever met who were in the Marines. People who love the Marines and they're a Marine their whole life, or people who hate the Marines so much they never want to be associated with them again. Those are the only two types of people I've met out in the Marines. Most of them are proud to be Marines and proud to say that they were a Marine for life. I've only run into a very small number that hated the Marines after they got out of it. I actually know a guy, funnily enough, folks, who's in one of those littoral combat regiments, one of those new LCRs that the Marines has made as a part of Force Design 2030 to fight the Chinese in the Pacific. And he is gung-ho. Like, he is so excited to be a part of something new like an LCR and be developing new doctrine and tactics, because that's basically all they're doing in the LCRs at this point. Really cool thing, honestly. But the Marines are really neat. They got a great history behind them, a great esprit de corps, and also on top of that, the uniforms. I mean, nobody can argue this. The Marines have the best uniforms in the entirety of the service. Nobody could even say that any other uniform comes close. Not even the new Army one, the Space Force one, or the, let's see, what's the other one that really sticks out? The Navy one, the one that's black primarily and white. Those are pretty good, but they're still not close enough to the Marines. Marines do have the greatest dress uniform. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Give Up Now and Game Theory for each putting in a $1 support, and we appreciate the both of you very much for that support once again. And with that, folks, that's actually our last super chat to address, so it's time to jump into our live chats and Morse code decoders. And for the Morse, we had the whole roster. We had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Cryptoteric, Sire, and Brian. And they said, the Morse says, some people out here are pondering the orb while we watch the blockade go unchallenged. LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. You'll get the dental and ill, that's the Morse code message of the night. And they really do be pondering that orb. They be looking up at the sky over Iran going, what's that orb? And then they never know. But y'all got that correct. A big congrats to y'all. An amazing thing to see. And with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the 3 final live chat questions of the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Music Uploader, who said, did you guys come across the report that the CIA ran an operation and used our 3 destroyers as bait?
I haven't heard about that one. Matthew, have you?
No, I haven't heard about that. I'll say this, though. If they actually came up with an idea like that, they ought to get fired. That sounds like a crazy idea.
Yeah, that's like saying, gee, I wonder if that lion's ravenous. Let's throw one of our friends in there and see if he gets mauled. Like, it's like, I don't know about that one. I would have to say, I would doubt that if that's a legitimate report. And also, the CIA wouldn't put out a confidential report like that so quickly, literally just a day or two after it happened. That's something that would be held until most everyone who was alive then is dead, and then they'd release it like 70 years in the future.
Oh, I mean, could be a leak.
It could be a leak, but I'd like generally leaks like that are kind of rare from the CIA. That's something you would expect from the White House, not the CIA though. You
Yeah,
know,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, usually it's not a really a thing with the CIA. That's true. So yeah, it could be a White House official, possibly. I don't think that's a thing. Like somebody might have said that was a report out there, but that doesn't sound like that doesn't make any logical sense. Like even for the illogic we're seeing right now, that would be even farther out than that.
yeah, and also, and another thing is that if they wanted to figure out what the Iranians have to throw at us, they don't really have to run 3 destroyers through a gauntlet. They could just they could fly a Triton over, they could fly some recon drones over. They could maybe send a destroyer close enough to the strait to kind of goad them into firing, and then see. But putting them through the gauntlet for the CIA, I mean, also on top of that, that'd be something more so aligned with what Navy intelligence would want to find out is what kind of anti-ship capabilities they have. The CIA wouldn't really be too interested in that. Because the CIA gathers intelligence that they do provide to the military, but the CIA's primary purpose is not to provide intelligence to the military. Most branches of the military have their own intelligence apparatus for that.
Yeah, the CIA is mainly focused on recruiting foreign assets for the large part. So their main task is to go out in foreign countries, go find targets of interest, basically get leverage over them to a certain degree, and also get information from them, either provide payment or maybe just convince them to do it just for the hell of it, possibly. But I actually heard that apparently some of the Iranian operatives that we had recruited, the American CIA, of course, that they recruited, apparently they got burned because they weren't using secure communication methods. So it turns out that some of the Iranian officials, the secret police inside of Iran, was able to trace back the messages, and some of those people got burned, some of them got imprisoned, and some of them got executed actually because of that failure with that messaging.
Yeah, that's interesting. Unfortunate for him, really. But anyway, so that we are on to the second. Well, actually, we have one more super chat to get to, and then we're on to the second to last question of the night. So what do we got?
And this one goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 2 and said, had to say $2 for a Costco hot dog.
Hey, and thank you so much for a Costco hot dog. They're pretty decent, actually, and pretty sizable, too. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that it's just that well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to BC Guy. He said, how are they towing these vessels to safe ports after disabling them in the strait?
Oh, that's a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that one. Unfortunately, I had to declare ignorance. That's a great question. Sadly, I don't have an answer to it because I've never actually pondered that one a lot, whether they just have like a tug fleet out there waiting to grab them. But with that, we are actually on to another super chat before we get to the final question of the night. So what do we got?
And this one goes to Oli, who puts in a $30 support. Thank you very much, Oli, for that support. He said, I just got off work, paying the tax for a quick recap of the night.
And thank you so much for the support, Oli. And the quick recap of the night is that the United States fired on 2 Iranian tankers that tried to break the blockade today. There's been reports of intermittent skirmishes between the IRGC and the U.S. Navy around the Hormuz. Dubai did get hit by some Iranian attack recently. We've also heard that the Iranians are apparently working on trying to circumvent the blockade, although that's definitely not happening. Israel continued their bombardment of Hezbollah today. The Russians are panicking about the Ukrainians possibly attacking their Victory Day parade, which, mind you all, is just in a couple of hours from now. Because now I think it's the break of day in Russia, and it certainly sure as hell is. So it's very close to Victory Day parade time. And
55 minutes away.
Oh, 55 minutes. I wish we could stay around for that, folks, but we also wouldn't be able to show y'all actual footage of it because it'd be copyrighted by the Russians and all. But outside of that, that's generally everything that happened today, like the big stories of the day. So I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep running, and I hope that has answered the question incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be B. Hull, who said, what happened to the submarines that the U.S. was supposed to have over there in that area? Where are they at?
We don't know. Generally, submarines are not supposed to be known where they're at. That's actually one that the military would be like, it's classified, and it really is. And they also probably don't know exactly where they are either. Sub commanders are given a lot of discretion on those sorts of things. They're just generally trusted heavily, and that's why the captains in the subservice are truly the most loyal of the loyal and the best of the best, because you have to trust them a great deal to send them off with a submarine that's even hard for us to track. But beyond that, though, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly where they are, but I think from our last estimates that we were hearing, there's probably 2 nuclear-powered attack submarines in the area, but we don't really know a lot more than that. We don't know the names of the subs. We don't know where they're at specifically, and we don't know what they're doing. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I know. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to get to run this stream for each and every single one of y'all. If y'all stay up a little bit later, y'all won't be able to watch it from our show, but y'all might be able to watch the May 9th Victory Day Parade in real time. And it might be something to watch, might not be. We'll have to see. I might watch it myself. I'll still be up for a little bit after the show, so I might be clipping on over to take a look at it and see what's going on with that whole deal. But beyond that, I thank you all so much once again for watching. It's always been an honor and a pleasure to be able to cover this news for all of y'all, and I hope that once again it's been another eventful night of news, once again well researched, well analyzed, and well spoken, and hopefully we'll be able to see you all tomorrow once again at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also midday, maybe for a short war video if there is enough news to cover. And of course, as always, because we always get this question all the time, if something big happens, like for example, there's an attack somehow in Moscow or something like that, or anything big happens anywhere around the world in any war zone, we will, of course, go live early to cover that live here on the air. So, of course, we will be on the lookout. So, of course, check the Twitter page that we have, at It's the Enforcer on Twitter, to see here, of course, if we're going to go live. I usually post updates about that there, and also in the fan Discord as well. But with that, thank you all for joining us once again, and the 121,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.